Shall we all get seated? Honorable Member Lohi, will you sit down? Honorable Member Popo, can you take a seat? We are now about to start the program, and if you look at time, it's not in our favor, but we'll try by all means to catch up because we have a fully loaded program for the day, and it's going to be very tough to catch up with time allocations. My name is Ray Jobati. I'm the head of curriculum Eastern Cape Department of Education. I am co-directing this program together with DDG Kida and Mr. Kida next to me, who is the DDG for Institutional Operations. Colleagues, before we start anything, can I ask Mr. Gora to come and open with a short prayer so that we can start it on a peaceful note. Thank you.
Can I request that we be seated for a minute? I'm reading from the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 2, verse 3, which reads as follows. You have made your way around this hill country long enough. Now turn north. Kukade nijikeleza lendaba. Bhekani ngasentla. Program Director, Program Directors, our Honorable MEC in absentia, HOD, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all this morning in the name of our mighty Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. I have only 3 minutes, but the message for today is move on. That's the message for today from this passage. This is the story of the journey of Israelites, the chosen nation. God had seen their misery in the hands of the Egyptians, in particular the Pharaohs. He heard their cry for help. And njengoThixo ovayo, he responded and said, I've heard your cry. I've come down to rescue you. Ndisileke ndizobahlangula abantu bam. Rhamele ngcwele kaThixo. He then anointed Moses and gave him an instruction. Go and deliver my people. Because we don't understand that we are the children of God. And God becomes jealous when he sees our misery. He responds, I'll come down. Moses, lead my people. And for more than 30 years, they were in the wilderness. God guided them. He was always present. But sometimes God, you feel that you are on your own. No, God is around. They were moving around this mountain, not making any progress in terms of their journey. I don't know whether in your life you experience this thing that the wheels are spinning, but you're not getting anywhere. 40 years in wilderness. 40 years. You realize that when you look back, you are exactly where you were 5 years ago. Now, Jesus, the Lord, then said to Moses, look, you have been moving in circles. Now is the time to move on. What you should do, turn north. Turn north to the promised land. Turn north. Program Director, I just want to say one thing. I hope this summit will help us to turn north. We have been talking about rationalization for time immemorial. Maybe we have been moving in circles. We are moving. It's the word of God. Amen.
You please stand up. So if anything goes wrong, you go to her and it's all about the women in the department and women's power. So she will be there and she will be supported by a lady in my office, Ms. McLean. But above the lady is Mr. Shotana. He's still my chief. So if you need anything, where is my chief? I know he was with me this morning. Colleagues, welcome. No one has welcomed you yet. Allow me to welcome you. But first, to start off, to apologize on behalf of our MEC. It has been very difficult for MEC to drive in and to drive back. So I will be driving to meet MEC and Premier, and then I will be driving back. By the time I'm driving back, I'm sure this section of the day will be over. But I'm hoping to join you for a short while tomorrow, whilst myself and Ms. Kete will be in 4x4. I also got a formal apology from Honorable Sondaba, the chair of Portfolio Committee. They are currently doing oversight visits, although you would want it to be with us. So, Chair, I just wanted to formally apologize for our MEC as well as for our chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Colleagues, I want to quickly caution you, Mr. Chokani is the chair for the first session and Mr. Mchida. What you see in front of you is a draft program. It's just a program to give you an idea what is going to happen. But they will change the program as we go along. For example, I picked up Dr. Zingi that our Eastern Cape Advisory Council is not on the agenda. So I think we need to make sure that we bring our stakeholders on board and also the time slot we have given to our stakeholders, because this is all about consultation. Colleagues, I'm not going to do the purpose of the day. I know my colleagues, they love to give me the purpose of today. In the absence of MEC, as well as our chairperson of portfolio, I will give you a brief overview. But before I do that, I didn't have time to introduce a gentleman to you and to SNMC, but allow me to do it now. We have just formally appointed a DDG for corporate services in the department. We don't have an acting DDG anymore. We got rid of the acting DDG and we appointed a DDG in the department, which is Mr. Latuli. I would like him to stand. We want to congratulate him. I'm already having a meeting with him. His first meeting with me is I want him to have an overview in terms of where he's going to take the branch. We also got a new addition, and I want to be honest with you, we headhunted this addition to the department. Ms. Matanya, I wanted to stand and to wave to you. Now, I want to give you a background of this lady. This lady is from the AG. Huh? No, it's not because now we brought the lady in that we've got an unqualified report, but we want to have a clean report. So hence at the Department of Education, when you see someone that can make a difference to the department, you go out and you make sure you headhunt and you bring the department. We want to welcome her to the department. It's a huge sacrifice she has made. Maybe people won't know because we can't talk out. It has been a tremendous sacrifice, but because we need business in this department, therefore she is there. And I just want to say to the staff, I wasn't there that day when Mr. Mchila introduced her. She's not going to be anybody's friend in the department. So please, she will be my friend and the friend of Mam Kese. That's the only two people that will be friends with her because we know our agenda. There are also some changes in the department which is very relevant for this meeting. I want to introduce Ms. Lupondwana, another beautiful lady, to stand. She is currently the acting chief director for infrastructure. To our males, we all think strategically, but as females, we can multitask and think strategically. So that's why we are here. Allow me also to start off to indicate to our stakeholders, I really want to welcome you. Unfortunately, we didn't mention your name, but we want to thank you for being here. We also want to thank you for the support you have given to us. We have made history as the Department of Education. Since the dawn of democracy, we never had an unqualified audit report. So for the first time in the history of Eastern Cape Department of Education, we've got an unqualified report. And this is to do with the team that I'm leading. I want to indicate to our stakeholders that I'm extremely blessed to have the team that I'm leading. I would like to believe, and they've already demonstrated to me, they are people of integrity, people that I don't have to push to say do the work, that willingly will go and sleep at night and wake me up 3 minutes to 12 and say, be still awake, you need to be awake with us. So, this is the team. So, in the Department of Education, colleagues, we are having pockets of excellence, starting from your educators, the sacrifices that our educators are making. And I'm coming now to the next one, term 1 and term 2. Term 1 already, we have been at 87% as the Department of Education, the best ever since the dawn of democracy. The second term, we are standing at 80.6%. Last year, it was 79. We are moving, and the target is 87. And the people that are going to deliver the target is sitting right here with us. So let us encourage them. And we need the support of everybody, because the results is not the results of Eastern Cape Department of Education, but it is the result of the people of this province. It's the result of our stakeholders and everybody that are out there to support us. It is important to note that we cannot do everything on ourselves. That's why we are here today, to consult, to collaborate, and also to make sure that you assist us in terms of going north. How profound, Mr. Godler, how profound. And there are Moseses sitting here. Not one Moseses sitting here. It's about whether you're going to be in the wilderness for 40 years, whether you will be a distraction and an obstacle, or whether you will be the one that is guiding your people and leading them and fulfilling God's purpose for your life. We hosted a successful G20. And the colleagues look beautiful. I noticed Mr. Barbona, but out of his normal self, dancing on the videos. So by the way, when you see a video and a person look like me dancing, it's not me, it's my twin sister. So we had a successful G20, a successful Saturday competition. And we need to say, Mr. Zenzile, that KZN, we're coming for you. And again, I want to thank our unions and social partners coming alongside us. That one of our unions indicated to me and to say, for the first time, Mr. Zenzile, both you and Mr. Plaza, you knew that the department, but it was a provincial and national competition without any glitches, without our learners sleeping on the floor, without any incidents. Let us give them a round of applause. We are having a number of learners excelling on an international, national, and provincial level with different forms of expos, with robotics and sport, even our inclusive education learners. Our MEC hosted a successful excellence award, and we see how things have shifted. I must indicate to the House that our rural districts are giving us a run in the metros. I'm still waiting for the metros to accompany me to the Excellence Awards, but it seems Mr. Bangeni and Mr. Mpupu, if things go this way, I will probably have Cluster E, to accompany me to the Excellence Award. So the competition is on between our districts in terms of our matric exams. The National Teachers Awards went very, very well. We had it recently, and I must indicate, colleagues,
We have a team in the department, and that team is led by Mr. Bata and others. So when you go, you see those excellence, then you know she's playing a role in that one. The District Excellence Awards did not go so well. There has been some gaps, and I want to call upon our districts that next year when we go, I said to DBE, I'm not coming next year unless I know that Eastern Cape will be on top. We are a province of the legends, and therefore we should always take the lead in the country, because if you look back at the many years who governed the country, it was the Eastern Cape. We, in the process, colleagues, we're not only speaking, but we're doing things. We're in the process, and that's why Mr. Godlaw can say he doesn't want to be in the desert. We are in the process of launching a school of skill in Chris Hani West. Also something that has been dragging for years. Finally, Mr. Godlaw can smile and say, I've got learners and my school of skill is on its way. Because DBE is talking about a 3-stream model. They're talking about academic, vocational, and occupational. And we know we're producing learners of quality, but those learners cannot get entry into our universities because the universities cannot cope with the number of bachelors that the country is producing. Yes, we are dealing with progress learners, but once we are having focus schools, you will see in the long run, there will be no need for Saturday classes, Sunday classes, all-day classes, winter classes, spring classes, because we would have channeled our learners in the correct area of competency. We had many partnership and donors and sponsors. And for those who are here today, I just want to thank you and say we could not achieve the things that we have achieved without you. So really my sincere gratitude to you. However, we are sitting with a lot of unfunded mandates, which makes things very difficult for us, which makes very difficult for us to manage the budget. One such unfunded mandate, which is a priority for us, is mother tongue-based education. And for me, I'm one of the first people advocating for that. The reason for that, when I was at school, I had an option to write in Afrikaans or in English. I had an option to receive tuition in my mother tongue. Hence, I will always support that move. I will always go back. When I visited a particular school in BCM, and when I'm still checking the results of that school, then I picked up that over 70% of the learners, their mother tongue is isiXhosa, but they are being taught in Afrikaans. So these are still of the gaps that we need to deal with. We're in the process now of selecting 25 more learners for our aviation school. We've also made history on the 16th of January with the aviation school for our grade 10s. They are mainly females. This is what I've been told by Ms. Bula. I've seen beautiful pictures of them. And when we looked at the first term and second term, they are definitely excelling in terms of aviation. So let us give those learners a round of applause, and we are busy now selecting the next 25 to start next year. A few challenges briefly that I want to touch on. Yes, Mam Nokasa, you are on time with all your documents, your APP and your reports. We have graduated in that area as well. So you can see the department is stabilizing, but we are not without challenges. And the foundation has been laid for us by many, many other HODs before me. I can remember two that I've been tremendously close with. The one is Mr. Kojana, the late Mr. Kojana. I've learned a lot from him. And the other one is Dr. Nuku, that's also late. From my side, you know, if you want to move to the next level, it's always important to find out what can you learn and how you can grow. The moment you feel you have arrived and you can't learn from someone, you know it all, that is the moment you're going to die slowly. And then we must say, Ambakashle to you, because you won't be able to add value. We also have disasters in our province, and we lost close to 30 learners. One learner is still missing. We still did not find the remains of those learners, and it has really saddened us in terms of the loss of lives of our learners in the province, not only through the disasters, but also through accidents and even through killing. Nelson Mandela District, we had 4 learners that were brutally murdered. 2 in Kariga, 1 with a mother, and another one which was a special needs learner, also killed. And this has become a norm. We don't talk about these things, but we need to start talking about these matters. We're still busy with a review of the organogram. When I'm sitting down with Mr. Latuli, it will be one of his KPIs, and I will make sure that it's a very short period of time I will give to him to deliver that. I want to clarify that we're in the final stages, and we will not conclude on the organogram unless we consult all our relevant stakeholders. ECD and Grade R, the Bella Act, is really on our tongues. But I must be honest with you, the Bella Act is an unfunded mandate. So there's a lot of things happening at provincial, national level, consultation with the President, consultation with the Minister of Finance, so that we can make sure we realize many of the areas in the Bella Act. Yes, funding remains a challenge. Over the past few years, we have done exceedingly well with our LTSM delivery and making sure there is quality we're giving to our schools. For the past 2 to 3 years, we have also done well in terms of the expenditure of the infrastructure grant. However, we need to balance what we're spending and in terms of our performance. And that is why we are here. So colleagues, these were my introductory remarks. I would like to go to my brief presentation. Remember, MEC is not here. Honorable Sondaba is not here. So unfortunately, you have to stay put and now also have my presentation. So I don't know which way he's in the way or where I'm going to quickly present on it. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start presenting while I'm waiting for her. Mr. Godlaw was absolutely correct to say this rationalization summit has been coming on for years. We have been talking about rationalization, but we did not manage to get too far to call all of you together. We cannot rationalize schools without you. We cannot merge schools or realign schools without you. So I want to touch a little bit in terms of, that is my table of content. The theme of the summit, building functional schools, optimizing educational resources for success, quality learning and teaching equity and excellence. Whilst we're getting the system ready, it's important for us now to move to excellence. In order for us to move to excellence, we really need to look at our circuit landscape plan. We need to look in terms of our schools in the province and ask, what are those things that are keeping us from moving into excellence? Now, the purpose of this summit is collaboration. It's collaboration. You cannot deal with rationalization without a collaborative effort. We're talking about, I changed this morning, it's unviable schools, Chantal, not enviable schools, community engagement, and also our municipalities. The schools are within the community. The schools are not outside the community, inside the community. And I can tell you, whilst I was a cluster chief, and I want to refer to BCM, Mr. Mabeke will close a school successfully, and then after 2 months, the community will toy and say, we want to reopen the school. So the work that we are doing, just a few community members can hold that. But fortunately, we have DFs, district education forums, to assist the district director. Redirect learners, educators, and resources. Normally, a few years ago, it was all over the newspaper. We closed schools, but the funds are still there. We close the schools, but we don't stop norms and standards. We close the schools, but we don't redirect the educators, and we don't redirect the NSNP fund. Then Ms. Matanda, she was there, will come and she will have a finding in terms of us, in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and also not using our resources optimally. So when we talk rationalization, realignment, we need to talk, when we close that school, firstly, that consultation take place with the community, whether the learners will need scholar transport. You don't close a school and then a learner must walk 10 kilometers or in danger areas. So these are the things that we need to debate whilst we are here. So we need to identify scholar transport needs. We need to revisit our B5. I'm talking infrastructure. When you talk rationalization, you need to talk infrastructure. And we need to revisit our B5. Being at DBE in this week, it was mentioned that, and also in the province, and it was mentioned that we've got so many projects as Eastern Cape, but we don't bring it to completion. It's also important to note that 60% of the EIG grant is for maintenance. But Eastern Cape at the moment is spending 28%. On a daily basis, MEC, Premier, Portfolio Committee, unions, everybody forward to me WhatsApp messages of schools falling apart. unsafe structures, unviable structures for our learners. And this is where we need, Mr. Mangoko, your circuit managers, to be the watchdogs for us, to be able to report. It should not be the MEC and the Premier reporting to me a school's roof is off, but district directors, it's starting with you. So we need to look in terms of the B5. We can say Eastern Cape, Ms. Lupondwana, we're spending the money, but how did we spend that money is very important. If we're unable to do it, the AG will come after us and say there was no value for money. Right, so we need also our infrastructure to support the broader mandate of the department. Infrastructure cannot be an island on its own, but it must align itself with the needs in the province and in terms of the vision and the mandate of the department, as well as what we want to achieve for the 7th administration, as well as what we DBE, the sector priorities. So this is the task that Ms. Lupondwana is having. I recently visited a few ACD schools in Cluster A with Dr. Piana. Beautiful big schools, but they are not used to the maximum. You will see many classrooms there, beautiful schools. And you know what I picked up? There is no access to running water and to flush toilets. But just a kilometer from the school, there's a police station with running water and also with flush toilets, which says we need you on board. It's a beautiful school, it's big, but we need the community to come alongside Dr. Piana. We need them to say to the municipality, please, man, just lay this pipe so that our children can have access to water. So we're busy with repurposing the ACD schools. The next one is the pit latrines. We still got pit latrines. Now, the question that you're going to ask, why are we having pit latrines? Can I quickly explain to you? We have a court case in Kofi Mvaba. We cannot put up toilets, flushing toilets, or anything in that area because there's no municipal water. There's no municipal pipes. So when you say Eastern Cape Department of Education is not performing, they can't do this one on their own. We can't provide water to the school if there's no pipes. So I want us to know these things in context. Provisioning of water and sanitation remains our big challenge to all our schools. Now, if you look at the schools that we are rationalized, they are the ones that are worst off. No? Colleagues, I'm just going to touch on a few things. That is our legislative framework. So we're not here today, and I sat with the team, with Mr. Joseph, helping them with their presentation. So they will take you through these areas in terms of how we are aligned sitting here. We're not sitting here because we got up one morning and we say we want to rationalize. We have clear legislation guiding us. Then, colleagues, I'm not going to go through this slide, and I'm trusting the team to take you through this slide where we need to look at our very small schools, medium, large, mega schools, and what are we going to do with those schools that are less than 35. Can you believe it? Some of our matriculants are in those schools, and I'm going to prove it to you. Let me skip this slide. This is just some numbers. And the next slide is indicating our priorities for 25, 26 in terms of the schools we would like to rationalize, and we would like to have your buy-in. And again, the caution to the department, You cannot rationalize a school without following policy, without providing an alternative school, scholar transport for that. So this is our intention. We will know by tomorrow whether we will be able to deliver on that attention. And this is for the next year, and for the next year, let me not touch on this one. This is the WhatsApps I'm getting on a daily basis. I just want to show you in terms of our schools falling apart. The question is, if it was your child, would you be comfortable for your child to receive tuition in buildings like this? That is the question that I'm leaving. So what are we going to do as a collective to make sure we give our learners our best? There's a slide that I know Chantal has taken out that I asked her not to take out. The slide was, I asked him specifically show that slide for me. It was a slide that Mr. Mangoko has done yesterday to show that when we were dealing with our performance for the second term, we picked up that over 100 of the schools that underperformed is unviable schools, small schools. So which means our learners are not receiving quality education in those schools. So I would like that slide to come back during the discussion so that that slide can be highlighted to see that why we are having a challenge to get to 87%. It is because of the 100 unviable schools we're having where our matriculants are in currently. So really, these are the things that we need to discuss. So what do we want to achieve? We want to achieve, we want to merge schools with a rationalization and realignment program of action to be adopted by stakeholders here. We don't want to decide next year it's over 200 schools and then we're having toys. We need you to go before the district director to pave the way for the district director. Empowerment of managers in the department, Department of Transport, Department of Public Works, the Office of the Premier, so that they can understand our various policies that are guiding us. It's important that we also recognize the department to identify key areas and also its limited resources. Develop a comprehensive management recovery plan for implementation of rationalization and realignment program and strengthen our partnership today. And in conclusion, the success of this School Rationalization Summit is not to measure how many schools we close or consolidate, but how many opportunities we create for those learners being in those unviable schools. Opportunities for learners to access quality teaching and learning. Opportunities for teachers to teach in a supportive environment. Opportunities for communities to see education as the through pathway to progress. As the African proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let us embrace the responsibility with courage, wisdom, and unity of purpose. Together we can build functional schools that stand as a beacon of access, quality, equity, and excellence for today's learners and the generation to come. What landmark are you leaving behind in your area of operation? Chair, let me thank you for affording me this time. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, another round of applause for the HOD, please. Before you can do anything, entering anybody's house, the house owner normally and usually welcomes you. And we are housed by the Nelson Mandela Metro, in particular the city of Kabeja. And I will therefore request the Office of the Mayor to formally welcome us before we start our program. The HOD is going to slide. Don't look for her. She's in a yellow dress. She's going to slide out. Thank you, HOD. Can I hand over to you, sir, just to wind up?
Excuse me. Can I close?
Are you going to fly something?
No, but I hope ndingayi coffee.
Oh, never mind this one.
Kumnandi ukuba lapha. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not Mayor Honorable Lobishe. My name is Olani Noche. I've been asked by her office to come and represent her. What can one say after such a clear message that ngoku lixesha lokujonga ngase-north? We have been reminded of a journey that we have been embarking on, and the message came very strongly and clear that now it's time to change direction. Fearing that some of you may report me to the mayor that I didn't read her speech, I will now read what was prepared. Honorable MEC of Education in absentia, Mr. Fundile Gade, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Mr. Sondaba, the Honorable HOD, who has just presented a very powerful message here this morning, representatives from the Office of the Premier, representatives from organized labor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As one listened in particular to the presentation that has just been made, one remembered what is contained in so many documents that this country has produced. The NDP, Indrulamiti scenarios, and many other strategic documents that force us to think about our future. Today, we see that as a municipality, this group of thinkers, this group of practitioners is meeting to solve one of the problems that has been engulfing us, layer rationalization. First and foremost, one would like to express the Nelson Mandela Council's appreciation for this invitation. We are particularly grateful for the opportunity to share brief insights on the critical matter of rationalization and realignment of schools. We are fully aware of the various interests which compete for attention in a process as complex as this one. As the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, we have a particular interest in the rationalization and realignment program. We trust that this process will enable improved proximity and ease of access to children from all the 156 informal settlements. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure some of us are reading one or two articles that try to bring to us scenarios of the future. We are told that the cities in particular It's where young people will be going towards. There are push and pull factors. I'm sure our learned professors here before us will remind us of those things. How do those factors affect what you are dealing with today? That is one of the questions which I believe you will be able to answer. We hope that in your deliberations, you will deliver an Srrp outcome which will enable efficient distribution of scarce resources of water and electricity in the way the schools are allocated to communities. For example, HOD was very clear. The photos that she shown us, amapolisa ane resources a kilometer away. Kwelcala iskolo, siyasokola. Those are some of the things that must make us not sleep at night. As a city named after Utatu Mandela, we yearn for an outcome which will bring us all closer to equality of opportunities as learners regardless of the location of our schooling facilities. We yearn for infrastructure allocation which will deliberately undermine the apartheid special planning and related apartheid legacies. For example, I whispered to my neighbor here and asked, ingaba ukona umntu apha kule nginginya who is from IGR? Do we have people whose responsibility is intergovernmental relations? Although we are sitting here from the education department, one, as he tries to grapple with the challenges as presented here, is asking himself, some of these challenges are not only located in the department, but they are scattered throughout the institution of government. One small program director, on behalf of the executive mayor and council, Councillor Lobishe, and the entire council of Nelson Mandela Bay, I wish to welcome you and to wish you successful deliberations. Usibakhulu makame apho, enkosi.
Probably just one last aspect of our logistics is to ask Cluster Chief Director Mpupu to acknowledge the categories of guests that we have here. Colleagues, I want to commend the full house that we see here. Everybody that was invited is in the house. A good round of applause.
Yeah, thank you, Program Director, my colleague DDG Chwagati. Right. Yeah. Thank you very much. Look, Program Directors, the House at large, let me establish the protocols for this summit per the invitations and expected guests into the summit. Obviously, the head of department has pointed to the absence of the Honorable MEC, but the mere fact that you have an apology registered, it marks that that particular office is in the meeting. And therefore, the office of the Honorable MEC and the MEC himself, Honorable Gade, the office of the Executive Mayor, as represented duly by Councillor Uqi, Councillor Uqolani, Noche, thank you very much. We do have such offices. The Portfolio Committee Chairperson, who is actually one of the invitees, and an apology has been registered on his behalf. We do have, in terms of governance, the ECAC, which is basically an advisory body to the MEC himself, the District Education Forum. Basically, those are governance structures within the sector. We do have then the National Association of School Governing Bodies as invitees into this session or this summit. But above it all, we do have as invitees into this session or this summit. But above it all, we do have the unions that are social partners within the sector that are actually taking prime in the issues that we're talking on policy matters. We have that are actually responsible to an extent in regulating the environment within the sector. The Provincial Education Labor Relations Council is actually represented in this meeting. But perhaps to be precise with the invitees in terms of the labor unions, we do have SATU, we do have NEHAU, we do have FETSAS as a body of the governing bodies. We do have CTU, ATU, NAPTOSA, the SAU, and PSA. They are actually basically in attendance in this summit. But then we do have the provincial departments. But the key department that is gracing the summit is the coordinating department of departments. The Office of the Premier, I've seen my brother here, Chief Director Utafi. I'm sure he's basically having the people whom he's accompanied him, if he does, but he's always actually pulling the shot himself, resembling his Tomosake. Fine. And then we do have, therefore, the Department of Basic Education, hailing all the way from the center, Pretoria. I've seen my colleagues coming from the Department of Education, that is nationally. Then the Department of Public Works, DDG, is basically in our midst, because this program cannot actually move without spicing it with the support that has got to come from those departments. Then Provincial Treasury is in the house as well, together with the Department of Transport. Those basically are actually our enablers in order to actually drive this program forward. So, Chair, we actually have the Eastern Cape Socio-Economic Consultative Council within ourselves here. But above it all, Chair, allow us to surely acknowledge the presence of the management of the department provincially. We do have the senior level management committee, your LSLMC, of course, those members who are basically sitting in that structure. Then the departmental executive committee, which is basically your DEXCO, that is actually in our midst, the top management. But critical within the top management, we do have district directors who are actually the stewards and the heads of the districts. And this is where this transformative agenda is finding expression. So basically, they are actually occupying a principal role or office in the districts. But the summit, colleagues, is graced with the presence of Obonjingalwazi, the professors, whom I actually going to introduce as seriously the guests that are coming to actually add some salt in our endeavor to see this program moving forward. The former statistician Ndade Morenaka. Yes, we see Dr. Palili Wotler coming, of course, with Prof. Naidu and Dr. Muhatla, ne? Where is he? Oh, Nyanina. So we're introducing him generously in absentia. Chairperson, thank you very much. Otherwise, everyone is here in order to make sure that this summit becomes the success that we wish for.
You know, one of the most interesting things in South Africa is the geospatial arrangements of the province. Umpupu comes from the Drakensberg, and they speak Sotho. When he comes to work, he must speak Xhosa. And in Xhosa, he must explain, oh, man. So the Jola thing, and then going over, the Jola gets lost. So when he comes back, the Jola comes back. Goes God. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we now want to adopt the program formally, and I will ask any mover for the adoption of this agenda as you've seen it. So Mama Kweta Paramisisada to we are mover. Mama Kwet, Sadla Sak. Course, the Mr. Baboda Asakonde. Colleagues, we are now going to fly in full flight mode. I want you to switch off your cell phones because we're going to be running at full speed. So for the next hour or two, we are preparing to give all sorts of inputs that are going to be useful in your commissions. The biggest part of the discussion for the next 2 days will be the work that we'll be doing in commissions, because as a department, we are looking for solutions. Probably what's important, colleagues, we don't call a summit for the sake of a summit. We don't call a summit for the sake of a summit. We call a summit because there is a problem that is confronting us as public policy managers. And of course, if you look at the space of public policy implementation, just as a discipline, there is quite a lot of literature written about what is public policy implementation and all of that. And at times it can be generic. And in this case, we are dealing with a specific policy, which is about alignment, realignment, adjustment, and rationalization of schools based on a specific context. We are doing it, colleagues, because we are required to plan an education system for 6 million people and 1.8 million children in that system. We are the size bigger than most European countries. You can go to Finland, you can go to all of these countries. Eastern Cape is almost bigger than many of those countries. We call them first world countries. Now, when we plan it, as not Ralono Pope, because we are planning for a nation. Now, one of these things is to manage the disjunctures between what we are planning for and what is actually getting implemented. And out of that implementation, we are trying to see how we manage these disparities and discrepancies. Colleagues, rationalization has a background to it, which I'm not going to talk to. And as you all know where we come from, especially the apartheid spatial planning of our schooling system. So for the past 30 years, colleagues, we are dealing with a ghost. How do you manage a schooling system in a province that has been a labor reserve for 100 years? And you compare that landscape to a province that has been a hub of industrial activity like Gauteng. That's chalk and cheese. Now, don't blame yourself and be too harsh and say, we are trying to address years of 100 years of dealing with a system that systematically has been intended to separate people. And what we're trying to do is to integrate people. Colleagues, to say the least, Asikai achieved no objective today. There's no X model school, there's no rural school, there's no township school. There are populations in South Africa that have never set foot on a township. There are populations in South Africa that have never set foot on a suburb. So that's where we are, it's our history. And as public administrators, we are charged with putting in place a mechanism to resolve all of that. Now, given that, colleagues, I should think the department must pat itself on the back to acknowledge that a lot of work has been done. If you look at the policy frameworks that were put in place to guide this process, rationalization is a standard operating procedure. Mr. Mchida and Mr. Mpenyana will talk about it, but what are these standard operating procedures that are in place already? And therefore, it's quite important to see where did we lose it if we say we've lost it. Number two, I should think it's going to be very important that we acknowledge that we have started the process of redesigning the schooling landscape of the province through the second landscape and through the school landscape. So in so doing, we've been trying to negotiate the system to talk to the education objectives. Now, this summit is about the system of education in the Eastern Cape. It's not about a branch, it's about a department. Seven. Now, we are here as curriculum because we have an interest on the alignment of schools, what curriculum streams are going to be needed in those schools. It's going to be very important. And if Umamukese is talking about her budget is not going to be framed by rands and cents, but it will be framed by what are the policy priorities that are out there to shape the system. So all of us, corporate services, Mr. Lutuli, the newly appointed DDG, he has to come to the fore to say, what human resources do we need in order to make sure that the system performs? We have a national development plan which has set up targets for us, and it's a mammoth task. We have international obligations we've ascribed to as a country, which also set us up very high standards. So it's going to be very important that as we go along, we try to find ourselves aligned to the national development imperatives of the country, as well as international obligations that we have agreed to as a country. What are these lessons, colleagues, that we're learning? Number one, I should think policy implementation is very complex and it's very sensitive. Abantu, they always assume that by the mere fact that you've put a policy in place, it's all systems go. It's not. There's quite a lot of complexity that we must put in to make it work. You can imagine today, people are talking about the NSMP program or nutrition program as one of the most stable programs in the department. But where does it come from? Ya Costa, ubomi bo MEC la program, we are yes. There were MECs who were expelled because of the bungle in its implementation. So in any space of public policy, you must always know that there's complexity, there's sensitivity. Now, what makes Lando Sikuyo to be more sensitive is that isikolo is an emotive issue. Once you talk about rationalizing them, they start feeling that you are attacking the very essence of that society. So we need to understand those complexities. We need to deal with them in their entirety. So in those few words, I'm saying, I should think the only word that we need to leave this summit with is that we are in a complex situation, but we're trying to find solution within the context of its complexity. I'll we DDG because of his because you must bring to bear some skills that will allow you to lead the department. We have only DDG because you are required to bring in a semblance. You are required to bring in a semblance of a thinking cap and a skill so that you can lead the department from point A to point B. In those few as colleagues, I want to welcome Mr. Mchida to give us an overview, and that is going to lead us into the discussion of major part of the summit. Can I hand over to you, Uchuta?
Thank you so much, DDG Kwagati. And perhaps because Mr. Mpupu has made our work easier as speakers for establishing a protocol that all of us are observing. So allow me also to stand on the established protocol. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Program Director, that I should give an overview of this program, which I hope at the end, everybody who is here, and maybe let me confess my appreciation, Program Director, first and foremost. Hey, no miss. Let me appreciate colleagues. I have been in the department for some time now, as you would suspect. In very, very few occasions, if there are any, that I have seen a congregation of this nature. It department value, because everybody claims responsibility and stake on this important subject. Thank you so much for coming in numbers. Siyalibulela. Give yourselves a big round of applause. All sections are fully represented, as the program director indicated, because it shows how all of us, the shape and structure of our schooling system is affecting our operations. I'm not sure, where am I supposed to be standing? Oh. Okay. Colleagues, this is what I thought as I was preparing for these sessions. My input should touch on to foreground our thinking as the basis of the discussions for the next 2 days. Nizawunyamezela ke sihlalo wesatu. There will be a little bit of mixture of educational concepts, but also some numbers this time. We'll talk more about numbers, because this exercise is about consolidating the system. I know that there are some misconceptions somewhere, and this is what we want to demystify. That we are about closing schools. And I want to say it up front, that please, suka kulondawo, lo shawa inamanzi. We are about consolidating a system here. What I never knew, Budrei, was that this subject has been so much well researched. I wish I were a scholar enough to talk about some journals, some articles that have been produced over time in almost all the countries addressing the subject of school rationalization, which somewhere is called consolidation of the schooling system. But the program director indicated that this is often highlighted as a complex, very complex exercise. Somewhere else it's called consolidation of the system, and somewhere else it's called creation of composite schools. And we simply call it school rationalization. But what is coming up in all the articles that I have seen, firstly, is that the concept of small schools is that they are situated in villages which are backward and underdeveloped. I'm sorry for omitting underdeveloped there. And that these small schools have high probability of multi-grade teaching. And that they are less likely to have basic infrastructure, which is called, they have paucity of infrastructure. And that learning outcomes of students in small schools are poorer than that of students in non-small schools. Of course, there are debates on this subject, indeed, whether indeed rationalizing schools brings about improved educational outcomes or not. But I think it depends on how it is approached. Then on the need for school rationalization, our mandate in the province is to provide quality education to learners of the province and ensure the youth of the province are equipped with the skills to meet the demands of the local and national labor market. Also to improve its ability to deliver on its mandate, the ECDOE adopted a new service delivery model, mapping the way the department would organize itself to deliver effective and efficient education services to learners. And from a detailed analysis of the department and its system performance, this new service delivery model identified a strategic need for school rationalization to improve education quality based on the following observations. The first one, high number of micro and small schools in the province which are small, unviable, dysfunctional, and difficult to effectively provide with human, material, and infrastructure resources needed for quality education. Recurring unofficial closure of schools without following due procedures. I will talk about this later. Failure to adapt to the changing population and settlement patterns in the province and the resulting impact on changing enrollment patterns and need for schools. And a schooling system structure with many schools found to be out of alignment with the national prototype of primary and secondary schools were so misaligned. As the program director was saying, we still have lower primary schools, in some cases, senior primary schools, higher primary schools, and junior secondary schools, high schools, secondary schools. Limited education opportunities for learners in curriculum offerings in terms of academic, vocational, occupational, and other related streams. Occurrences of non-compliance with legislative and regulatory prescripts, such as those pertaining to school infrastructure. Absence of harmonized education planning function within the province. And our approach to this program, therefore, was that because previous efforts to realign the schooling system structure to the rest of the country and to reduce the number of small and unviable schools were managed and implemented often without consideration of the rest of the functions of the department. And that is as a result, the department identified the need for a new approach to rationalize and realign schools within a broader framework of circuit-based institutional landscape planning through the School Rationalization and Realignment Program. And this program was designed to reshape the educational landscape in the Eastern Cape that in some few minutes I'll be talking about and taking some time on it, into an efficient and better resourced education system that provides quality education to all learners and better teaching environment for educators. And therefore, the objectives which we must keep in mind throughout these 2 days for this program would be to rationalize unviable small and micro schools and concentrating enrollment in fewer, better resourced schools. Increasing the average enrollment per school to over 200 learners. By now we all know that we have 2 prototypes, a primary school whose minimum number of learners is 135. And law allows us for the next category of schools, which is a secondary school whose minimum numbers should be 200. At least with those minimum numbers at those phases, we begin to say it is possible to provide a quality education. Realigning schools to conform to the basic national division of primary and secondary school, ensuring sufficient primary and secondary school places, ensuring access to diverse curriculum choices and specialization across the schools, improving access to full service schools at primary and secondary school level to support the provision of quality mainstream special needs in education, and also ensuring access to the appropriate topology of special schools in each district for the full range of partially abled learners. Now, if I may just go straight to the last bullet. Those are the components, 3 components of this exercise, which is why we say we are not necessarily closing schools. That in terms of Section 33 of the South African Schools Act, where it is absolutely necessary that we should close a school, that section guides the process. And this is what we mean when we say that we must do things legally and procedurally. But in some cases, and I think that we have many of these cases, we must merge small schools, and that is regulated in terms of Section 12A of the South African Schools Act. Asenze njena apha Mr. Thompson. Usikuzijonge nje isikolo uzirhalele ubone uba ezi masidibane. There is law. In some cases, we realign so that we do not have your lower primaries, your junior secondaries, and all those things, so that we conform with the prototypes, where some of the grades that are still sitting in junior secondary schools must move to secondary schools, and that is your grade 8 and 9. Colleagues, this is where I want us to take some time a little bit, how I wish that you can see these figures, so that you can see and understand and appreciate the extent of the problem in the Eastern Cape. I'm not sure. CFO, can you confirm, are you able to see? Eish, you're not even fully born again. We normally share this information, but sometimes out of context. It has never been more relevant for me that we must actually understand the meaning of Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what we see here are our 12 districts. Now you see all our categories of schools, your ECD in each district, that shows you the number of ECD schools in all the districts where we have ECD standalone sites. So that's it. Okay. Now it tells you that we have 16 standalone sites. Then for primary schools, you see that number, 3,625 schools. I will tell you later that that is abnormal. For combined schools, these are the junior secondary schools which still have a mix of primary and secondary. You have 665 schools. And for secondary schools, George, you have 925 schools. Maybe we don't have any problems in that category. And then that gives you the total. And then for LSED schools, you have 46 schools. The total number of schools in the Eastern Cape as a result of that is 5,277 schools. That's the number. I'm not sure that column on your far right, Doc, whether it was not meant to share something. But if man can pack away Doc la information, so to take a bagazo now, these are the number of our institutions by areas of specialization. We have independent schools, 311. You have public schools, 4,966. It gives you that same total, which is 5,277. You may actually see at a glance which between the independent and public schools, which of those have more schools than the other. Okay, Doc, let's move a little bit faster. Ayisiko kubona nje bathi khale lokukhomba nansika internet yakubona ba kukathi compromise. So top left, Doc. Top left in the pie chart. Yes, this one is just a graphical illustration on the split between the independent and the public ordinary school. You can see that we are still running a pure public education system in the Eastern Cape. Yes, Doc? The next one. Okay. Now, as you know that our schools are ranked by quintiles, which simply illustrates the level of poverty in which those schools are. Those that are in quintile 1, the poorest of the poorest of the poorest, we have 1,817 schools. Quindale, 2. I'm not sure, Doc, why it is twisted, but in Quindale's 3 and 2, you still have those numbers. It does not make much difference because even in terms of how we are resourcing the Quindales, Quindale 2 and 3 receive exactly the same treatment. But then in Quindales 4, you have 92 schools. In Quindales 5, you have 106 schools. Yes, Doc? The other part of it? Now, okay. Now, the 3,901 schools are schools with grade R. And I know that for Mr. Komle, that's why this exercise is more important than anything, because of Bella Bill and our new responsibility of ensuring that we provide educators for that. 3,901, we have 218 circuits, 49 CMCs, 17 agricultural schools, 158 schools with hostels, 62 full-service schools, 70 technical schools. The question is always, is what we call an agricultural technical school, is it really serving the purpose for which it is meant? And then you have 4,904 public ordinary schools. Perhaps this one is more of a repetition of the previous chart, Doc. We may move to the second one because it still tells us that we have 5,277 schools. Now, the top left for the audience, the top left bar is what our concentration professors is, which is why I was saying it can be correct that you have 5,200 schools in this province, Tammy. What is considered to be very small schools, which constitute 34% of our schools, is the whole 1,673 schools. So if the summit at the end of the 2 days are able to advise on how we should deal with that, because that's where education indeed is not taking place the way we would want it to take place. 1,673 schools are very small schools. Look at the district, because this size of schools has to do with quality of education, has to do with the location, the geographical location of those schools. Can you see that Amatole East has 384 schools? So when we say we have many schools, you must know that 384 of them are very small schools, followed by Krisani East, followed by Amatole West. So Amatole East and Amatole West are actually leading that group of colleagues. I am not saying small, small. I'm saying very small schools. And I'll tell you what it means when we say very small schools. Yet you still have small schools. Yeah. You still have small schools. 2,095. Look at where those schools are. Alfred West, Amatole East also comes. O.R. Tabo Coastal and Inland are also leading in that pack. Then you have medium-sized schools. Maybe that's where you can say these are the schools that we should be retaining in the system. You have large schools, 597. You have mega schools, those whose enrollment ranged a little above 2,000. You have 348 of such schools. Doc? This one, it just tells you that 34% of our schools in the systems are very small schools, and we need to do something about them in this conference. 38% are small schools, 10% medium schools, 4% and 11% are large schools, and 7% are mega schools. Maybe we can skip this one, Doc. I want you to go to the bottom right. Percentage of enrollment by size of schools. Now, we say 7% of our learners are in the majority of our schools. Can you see that contradiction? Only 7% of learners are in very small schools. But you saw in the previous that small schools take the highest number in the system, but they only have 7% of your learners. And 27% of, am I reading it correctly, Doc? Yes, 7% of our learners are in 32% of our schools. And 27% of our learners are in 40% of our schools. And 15% of our learners are in 11% of our schools. But look there, in our large schools, the schools are fewer, but learners in those schools are more. 26% of our schools are in 11%, of our learners are in 11% of our schools. And lastly, look, only 7% of our schools have the whole 25%, and we call it overcrowding. 25% of your learners are in 7% of your schools. Yes, Doc? Well, that map, it shows, it may not necessarily be in detail. The red dots are your small schools. And you can see in terms of the map of the Eastern Cape where the concentration of those schools are, that the further east you move, the more you'll get those schools. If you go to the eastern side of the province, and as you come up west, you note that these schools are fairly in the right sizes. We may proceed to the next one. Now, this is the distribution of your learners, colleagues. Perhaps I think that slide, it almost has done it, because you can see now in terms of the number of learners in each of the districts. But in the system, you are sitting with 1.78 learners. I will tell you what is also taking place on the number of learners. You can move, Doc. Yes. What is painful, and I'm not sure whether, Nobala, we shall continue doing this exercise. Paya, the top left bar, is telling us that from 2011 up to this year, we are losing learners in the foundation phase like anything. We started in 2011 with 705 learners, but now in 2025, we are standing at 515 learners. And this is serious. That which means it's beginning to tell you that the majority of schools that are small are primary schools, because this is where you are losing your learners. Take the next phase, Doc. Then in senior phase, you can see that the numbers from 2011 to 2015 dropped to 398. It picked up again, but again, it is actually declining. We are now at 438, but at least the problem and challenge is not as serious as in the foundation phase. And if we go to the FET phase, okay, maybe intermediate phase, you can also see from 473,000 in 2011 to 424,000 in 2025. This has implications of everything, of funding, of all the resources that we're providing to schools, of the infrastructure that we're providing for our schools. But an interesting trend is that for our FET phase, numbers are increasing. Yeah, ucimba fana increase East into about results zika grade 12 zinyuka batshayana. Now ucimba fana inoba the results, but whatever the educational reason to explain it. But you can see that in 2011, we had 343 learners, but today we have 411. Perhaps there is something that the system is appreciating. And I don't think it would be wise for me to suggest what that could be. Perhaps the summit is actually going to tell us what should be happening in the FET phase, which we must not drop. Okay? Now, the expected outcomes of this rationalization is that the largest reduction in school numbers was, okay. Now, you can see when we started rationalization, which is the yellow bar, or as we start with rationalization, we are standing in the yellow bar. But in order for us to have the right number of schools, we must all be in the blue bar. So Alfredo East, if you now have 224 schools, at the end of this exercise, you must have 127 schools. 187 schools. Alfred West Sisnandi, we only need 352 schools from your 618. Ambatole East, Itetwa Dim. Ambatole East, we want you to throw away that big number of schools. 749 schools, we must only have Shosha. 369 schools. Sizoncedisana ke ngalo msebenzi. But colleagues, let me hasten also and again to say that losing the number of schools should not equate to losing the learners. We are consolidating here an education system. We are protecting all our learners. So don't worry about losing more than 400 schools. Ambatole East. Ambatole West from 462 to 209. Buffalo City from 471 to 344. Christian East, colleagues, I think that the graph itself is telling all the story. And in the relative terms, the two districts that will not be losing quite big numbers, Ngabampodo. Ikhona ke into eyenzeka right phaa eMampondweni engenzeki right kwezinye iindawo. Uyabona i-coastal ithe nje guqu from 656 to 400, and I can tell you, if you can go there, would please correct this thing. Ngaphinde ibuyele lapha kula 650. They will tell you how it is done. Thank you so much, both Keputi. But colleagues, these are the enablers, and we shall be dealing with these in our commissions. How do we deal with scholar transport? That's why we have the Department of Transport here. How do we make full use of our hostels such that this exercise is fully supported? Because as I said, we do not want to lose any learner. In merging the schools, in closing some of the schools, in realigning some of the schools, but all learners, and if anything, more learners must actually come into the system. Yes, but I'm about, colleagues, what we are asking, Program Director, this time, and I can release Udok now. What we are asking, the animal is too big. The head of department indicated that we have been trying. Ushumayele apa ubejula, udia. City wheels have been spinning, but we have not been getting anywhere. Utege Gugu, over these 2 days, he wants us to turn north. And the north that we want to specify, because we can't be generalizing in dealing with the matter. All we are asking for is that by end of this September, very small schools, which at least those whose enrollment is less than 50 must be dealt with. Just as is the enrollment and less than 50. If we can work together and make sure that by end of this, because this cannot be an annual activity, it's going to take us time. We know it is not easy. We have been trying it. And the focus for 2025 will be schools with enrollment that is less than 50. And we have 346. Stella J. 346 schools. Out of the more than 1,000, more than 2,000 schools that we're talking, but we are only asking for this summit that please help us come with strategies of dealing with those 350 schools. And 92% of these schools are primary schools, which also is presenting a problem by itself. Because in primary schools, that's where you have very, very, very young learners. We don't want to contradict ourselves, but that's where you have very young learners. And so we must actually do it in the most responsible way. And there are primary schools, and there are also 17% of the special schools. I don't think that we want to deal with any schools of specialization, your focus schools and special schools. Now, this is the distribution on the left-hand side of the 346 schools. You can see again here which district has the majority, when we analyze this data, you will see that Amatole East has 96 schools. Sizocela ke DF yaseMathole East. That 96 schools uba masisebenze ngala 96. Abatole West 74 schools, and so you can see that Alfred Zo East yaseMampondweni ayinaso isikolo esikula category. Nelson Mandela also does not have a school with less than 50 schools. With less than 50 learners. So it's the 317 schools, of which 7 are secondary schools, 5 are combined schools, leave out the LSED schools. So the total number of schools that we shall be dealing with here is 346 schools. The last slide. Now, colleagues, challenges that we have often come across in all our efforts in this exercise have been inadequate scholar transport. It has been limited or insufficient funding for hostels and poor infrastructure, and unplanned closures, and stakeholder engagement processes. I think we almost have gone through this. Construction of new schools and additional infrastructure to accommodate schools has been very slow. Migration towards cities for socio-economic opportunities and resourcing of our schools through norms and standards, or PPN, is not aligned with the national norms. I thank you so much, colleagues. This is what we are asking this summit to do. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, fine.
Yes, that's why I said to John, I'm going to mic. Yes, yes, a Google. Here's the personal possession. Colleagues, this is how we're going to arrange. I want to give you tea time, and I want you to make it 20 minutes strictly, because we can't be sitting here and listening all the time. We are going to get bored, and the amount of noise is going to escalate. So I'm giving you 20 minutes to take a tea break. We are coming back at 20 past. We have marshals that are going to usher you in once you finish. Can we take that break, and then we'll come back at 20 past? Thank you. Colleagues, let's make a start. Can we call everybody to come inside, please? Otherwise, I depend on there's a tea break. We'll show you what tea break we are paying. Colleagues, can you just call the last remnants standing outside to come in, please? Yabona abaphandle bazosichithela iconference yethu nje. Asizange lake laseBhayi apha basize conference. Colleagues, we are now handing over to Mr. Venyana, who's going to take us through the progress. As District Director. We're now going to hand over to Mr. Venyana to lead the discussion on the Srrp school landscape plans, which is going to be a very interesting dynamic of this process. As I've said, colleagues, we started implementing, the rationalization project some time ago. We had a lot of processes that were put in place to make sure that the project is moving. There's a lot of achievement that has been achieved throughout that process. And given that, we are going to hand over to Mr. Venyana to take us through.
Nobilapha ne? Ya ingade betshilo. Benifuna uDr. Beshe nabona usaphunga. Oh. Ayiyo sibile mosile. Ane? Iphi yona ke? CSLP. Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I want to take the opportunity. In the program, you realize that I am to take you through what we call the Srrp school landscape plan. And I think the importance of the plan is to indicate that there is guidance in terms of the program of rationalization and realignment. Because at times, I know people want to believe that we are arbitrary in terms of the schools that are identified to either close or to merge or to realign. So andingula tata uvala isikolo. Ndingula tata uhlengahlengisayo ukwenzela izikolo zime ngendlela eyiyo abantwana bazofundiseka nootishara bakwazi ufunda. Nesidima sootishara sibuyele kubo. Ngoba xa nibabini pha esikolweni indimi notata uMabona side singakwazi ukrwecana xa kukho isici noko esingahlanga komnye ngoba sesiqhelene kakhulu apha ekusebenzeni. Nomntakwethu ke uGeorge xa engasaphangeli kakuhle akubilula umkrweca ngoba ke yindlela esivana ngayo leyo. Uba George ngemivulo unganqaba ngoLesihlanu iyabandima. Siyayazi ke lento yenzeka because otishara bethu ba under pressure yezikolo ezincikane, as district director, as UDDG has indicated, ezikwaziyo uba abantwana babe sibhozo esikolweni. Isikolo siqale ku grade 1 siyophela ku grade 7. The problem ke ngoku ithi kwiclass uyakwazi uba mnye okanye babe babini kwiclass. And when eclassini emnye bebabini kwenye ikona uza kwenza unomasele phaya entilini baxhumaxhume aba babini bathathu ube usenza ubalo kwelinye ikona bathi ngokube sebexhumaxhuma barhalela ubala nabo ubave sebebala bengasamenzi unomasele ngoba kaloku abantwana abancinane bafunda ngokulinganisa, bafunda ngokubona, bafunda ngokwenza. Yilento ke sithi ke luqeqesho lwabo apha kumabanga asezantsi. Saze ke ngoku as a province sabona ukuba ayinhlanga into yoba sisuke ibe ngathi kuba singasithandi isikolo sifuna ukuba ngaba sisivale okanye sisidibanise nesinye okanye sisuse amabanga siwase kumabanga afanelekileyo. I'm giving this background, colleagues, because I want you to have an idea of a context that we come from. Meaning we have a lot of these small and unviable schools. So in 2018, having worked in a lot of scientific plans and tools that we developed, we came up with a plan called Srrp School Landscape Plan. We are the only ones, we are the only ones in the whole country who have got a CSLP. Bakhala kuthi Doko pa national class present. Inte kunayo ke uthakh ukathi hey Mr. Mfeyala inhlele plan yakho into nayo ingathi ayihambi. Ihamba ngonyawo lonwabo. Why usa-reporta 1,000 plus of the small and unviable in 2025? So that's why the DDG was saying maybe we need to go back, reflect on the plan. The plan is still relevant. You will see as I go through it. Now, the first thing that we did, the plan contains a context of the environment where the schools are located. In our case, we talk about Srrps. So it will give you a context, yes, Srrp. And then it will give you the current enrollment of the schools in that Srrp. Iphinde ikunike what is the plan in terms of that Srrp. And then we talk about what are the infrastructure needs. Basically, we need infrastructure in the receiving schools when we are rationalizing. Because remember, infrastructure takes 4 to 5 years at times before a school is completed. By the time usi complete esa skolo Mamul Pondwana, my children have already moved away from the area. Sengusasa yaxolisa abazali bami. So also what we have done, we have put within the plan a map. So we have a map, doc, of Srrp. And once we have a map, Srrp, then we are saying, kuzawufuneka kufakwe class okanye i-ablution facility in the school where the learners are gonna go. So you don't build infrastructure where tomorrow you're gonna come and say, I am closing or merging or realigning. You want to move forward in terms of your planning and provision of resources. And then you are going to say how many learners are deserving of scholar transport. Because not all learners that are gonna move from the school might be deserving. There's a policy, that's why we felt our sister department of transport must come and give us a presentation on their policy and approach and plans on scholar transport provisioning, because they are giving us as education a service. Tina, we are telling them which are the learners that are deserving. The distance for the younger ones is no more than 5 kilometers. For Abadala, Noko, around 10 kilometers. To and fro. That's 5 kilometers going and 5 kilometers coming back. I think that's 10 one way. No, 10 one way. Now, we understand also that the environment is no longer the same. The terrain is not the same. Transport wants us to motivate if we are going against the police. And that's what we need to do as circuit managers, as district education forum members, all stakeholders at a circuit and a district level. When the list of schools for that year are put out to say we are looking at rationalizing these schools, all the enablers must be accompanying a submission that then goes to the MEC for the ultimate decision. So the districts, they make recommendations and the MEC decides in terms of what will happen finally. Lastly, we give you the shape and size of a future circuit. Over a period of time, these will be the schools that will then be remaining within your circuit. We are mindful that there are dynamics of migration, of population growth, but those issues, you will see that they are able to be accommodated. Now, colleagues, this is, for example, the context that was given in this one that I've chosen, yes, BCM. It will tell you that it's within a urban circuit, so a mix here rural and urban. And there are schools that are there in the villages. It will tell you about Ginsberg. It will tell you that you understand there will be traditional leaders in some of our rural areas. So when you do your public hearing, you have to bring them on board so that they understand the rationale, why ucinga ukuhlengahlengisa izikolo zabo. And it will tell you the special and the independent schools. And then it will tell you about quintiles, those that are in quintile 1 to 3, and then quintile 4 to 5. This is the map, Yala Circuit. In the map, where you see a blue color house, it means that school is viable. Where you see a yellow color, it says that school is unviable. And you can see up front what was the enrollment in the school, how many classrooms, and how many educators. So there will be a Vutondaba, 251 learners, 10 classrooms, 5 educators. In Nomke iti, a primary school, in minimum is 135 learners. In minimum, yes, a secondary, it says 200. So we are not just closing or merging, we are guided by the national norms. So national will speak more on the issue of the importance of being guided by the norm and how best we manage the norm. We then give a profile of the type of schools in that circuit. In this one, for example, there are 11 primary schools, there are 4 combined schools, and there are 7 secondary schools. Now, immediately you see a school that is combined. By law, we are not allowed to have combined schools. But the South African Schools Act says if you want to retain a combined schools, it must be approved by the MEC, and there must be reasons. And you will see, I'll just pick up one school. Why? For example, in this circuit, there will be 1 or 2 schools that you will not be able to realign, because in the combined schools, you need to realign. Uhlengahlengise umuve 8 no 9 abheko secondary, and therefore it answers the question of why we see a growth of our FET phase. Because most of the districts, most of the districts have done realignment, Dr. Mting. So we're moving from plus minus 1,406 schools that were combined schools. So these schools were carrying from 1994, Chair. So we had to do a lot because we realized the impact of retaining combined schools. Akakho ke utishara bazali oqeqeshelwe ukufundisa e-primary nase-high school. Mr. Mfenyana waqeqeshelwe utisha kumabanga phezulu. Umama uGqoli waqeqeshelwe utisha e-primary. Xa ngoku uthi makafundise e-primary high school uyabhidakala. So you can see now when we move to 8 and 9 to join the secondary schools, which is what most of the districts, currently we are sitting with about less than 600 schools that are still needing to be realigned. And the challenge is infrastructure in the receiving schools, and also we need to provide e-scholar transport for some of the learners. Now, you see the impact, Getche, that even the performance here started improving. Because in terms of learning and teaching, you have qualified teachers to teach in high schools, and they will move from grade 8 up to grade 12, doing proper learning and teaching, abantwana kunye notishara. And then you do additional activities. This is the enrollment of that circuit. In 2012, they had about 12,000 learners. 2017, they had about 13,000 learners. So we are monitoring whether the impact here change is drastic or it is not that drastic. And we indicate the small schools. And then you are able to see, we list the schools that are independent in each circuit. I always say to the colleagues, DDG, I get worried when I see an increase in independent schools and a decline in my public schools. Remember, in terms of South Africa Constitution, education is free and compulsory. That's why we talk about the quintiles. So when you see a growth in a circuit of the independent schools, as people who have done the planning, we should be able to say, maybe we need to provide infrastructure of a school in this particular circuit so that we are able to move the learners from these independent schools, because they are independent. It has less to do with quality. It has more to do with parents sometimes wanting to be in an area that is more semi-urban, and they believe sometimes that private means excellence, and it's not always the case. So you will see how many schools, then we reflect on the special schools, because remember, we have to cater for those learners. If your circuit doesn't have at all a special school, then we have flagged it in our plans that this circuit doesn't have a special school. But surely in that circuit, there are learners that need to be accommodated in a special school. And then we were able to indicate, take for example, I just take DeForce Malan. It's fortunate, most colleagues will know, the school is in King Williamstown, and it's an African school. I was asked, Mr. Mfenyana when I was cut as Abamshop. I said, no, all schools in my plans are included. DeForce is supposed to realign, but the problem at DeForce is outlined in the plan. So if infrastructure has not looked at my plans and planned accordingly, because look at the issue, I'm saying, keep DeForce Malan and build a primary school which will reduce a problem ye primary school e offerisha Africans in the circuit yase King. And then you will have a dual medium school of English and Africans. It's because akuko space. So you can see the plans give you the rationale why you are still retaining a combined school. But in some cases, if you can go to Kingsridge, Kingsridge, which used to be called Kafrarian, Kingsridge, we are saying it's a combined school, it's supposed to be realigned. And the explanation says at Kingsridge, there is sufficient capacity for both a primary school and a secondary school, meaning that you can divide. The infrastructure as a Kingsridge allows them to have a PPN as a primary and a PPN as a secondary. So that's how we are able to make sure that we are not arbitrary in saying just realign the schools. And the second last example I want to talk to is the Forbes grant example. If Forbes grant, neighbor, your picat, your icon, neighbor, Charles Morgan, ne? Just look at the three schools before I then go to the other ones. There's Econ, there's Charles Morgan, there's Forbes grant. Now, if Forbes grant is a well-built school, higher Ginsberg, but if Forbes grant, learner enrollment was declining. Econ emerged near Forbes grant, next to Men's Tavern, kwa imeja Econ High School. Charles Morgan, yabona what is happening at Forbes grant, that learning and teaching ayikho qualitative. Yasuka Charles Morgan has extended grades. Yayeka uba primary school, sabona ngayo seyikhula ifuna uba combined school. So according to the plan, we have outlined what is supposed to happen. We are saying, don't build for Econ, because that's what they've been knocking on the doors of infrastructure. Don't build for Kone, because Forbes grant has a space. Move learners to Forbes grant. The distance between Econ and Forbes grant, it's indicated in the plan, 1.4 kilometers, so you can walk. Don't allow Charles Morgan to grow into a fully fledged secondary school, including a primary, because it's against the law. Move the secondary grades to Forbes grant. But we realized that reluctance here, parents, was because Forbes grant was performing around 40% at grade 12. So it had leadership challenges. Now that district intervened and put up a new leader, Forbes grant, to date, Forbes grant in Moskadebe is close to 1,000 learners. So we've moved Charles Morgan learners of high school to Forbes grant. We are now to move Econ, because in the infrastructure, don't build for Econ next to Men's Tavern. You are breaking the law if you do that. Now, colleagues, all these are then explained per school what is supposed to happen. And if you are able to follow what is to happen per school, then you are going to get to a stage where you are going to talk about the infrastructure needs. So the plan will tell you if Bisho High School is overpopulated. So if Bisho High School is overpopulated, what do you require for Bisho High School? You require it at the time to provide you with additional classrooms. So that's the infrastructure plan. Brownlee, Ishonville grant, it tells you Ishonville primary, the plan says replace the plank structure that is there in the Shonville. So infrastructure is supposed to be guided by the second school landscape plans when they prioritize with the DFs the schools that are supposed to be built or schools to receive additional classrooms or ablution facilities. And then once you have done that, you are able to say, I want to get into the needs of scholar transport. This is just one need in this area because it's more semi-urban, the second. Where learners need to be transported, you will get the number of the learners to be transported. Each district, second manager, will then say, if it's 194, are they all deserving in terms of the policy? And then they will be able to be transported where they will move from BKT to ZK Matthews. Once you are busy doing that, already now you have an idea of what will be your size and shape of your circuit. So you will be doing this and looking at, this is where I am going, because where you are going, you want to create viable schools, you want to create properly aligned schools, you want to have the correct prototypes. A prototype, primary, no secondary. The right schools that we're supposed to have are schools that have got no less than 135 learners, not 12 learner schools. Because each challenge, I say to Dr. Peche, Emis, I am worried when I look at the performance of your schools. I say, I'm going to disown. As a scholar, dog, no tata umabhece, zinabantwana abayi-20. Why is the performer at 80% pass? Something is not right. Now, I realize it because Pagwa grade 12 Georges, when create hostels, kuzo zonke high schools no Mr. Zenzin. Upper Eastern Cape, yonke high school, hostel. And it's not declared by anyone, but hostel, yonke high school from January to December or November. Alwe nathi ke uTSP did you know, hey Mr. Mfanyana ngenyimini. Ngazo niphendule lento niyenzayo. Ndithi hayi ayindimi ndizama uncedisa. Now, it will give you what will be the future profile. You remember, you know where you have started. You now have an idea where you are going. And then in the plan, it will tell you what are the critical issues that you need to address. For example, it says you need to provide some temporary classrooms. TSP says a prefab sometimes becomes as expensive as a brick and mortar. It's fine. But provide extra classrooms where they are needed. Provide ablution where they are needed. In the West Bank area, they need ablution facilities. In the infrastructure, we have indicated that. So these are the issues. And then we tell you what will be the outcome when you have worked on your circuit. That you will see gradual growth and retention of the learners because your schools becomes viable. Kwizikolo zakho abantwana bayafunda babane bedlala. Okay? Mamungethu mabangadlali babane befunda. Mabangatyi babane befunda. Mabafunde and then batye ke ngoku. Uyabona? That's what will happen. And you will deal with your combined schools and at the end each and every circuit manager. Yamazi ke omember bayotapula bayandiphika these days. But they've signed these plans, stakeholders. Bathi Mr. Mfanyana hayi siyavana nani. I-right le nto niyithethayo. Kwakutsho Mr. DeBrain. Ngenye ixesha barhaya londiphika ke. Kodwa ke i-signature zabo zikhona apha. Ne? So I'm trying to say, colleagues, this is the plan that is guiding us. When Mr. Mkita spoke about less than 50 schools, we have been able to analyze all the circuit landscape plans. We have combined them into what we call a master plan. And we have categorized all the less than 50, less than 80, less than 100. We felt, DDG, we are able to share that with the stakeholders. It's in the Excel, it's easy to read. We've broken it down per district. You just offer with district, you see categories, and you are able to understand even the implications, whether the school is gonna close, it's gonna merge, it's gonna realign. Whether to do so, you need an enabler of infrastructure or scholar transport. That information, we've made it user-friendly for those at least who want in your own time, post the summit, to take a look at the evidence that we are providing in terms of the appeal that the DDG and the HOD have made. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mfanyana. Can we give him a very big round of applause? Thank you. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the Department of Transport. There's so much that we say about the Department of Transport. Can I get an indication, Mr. Joseph, Mr. Penyana? Do we have a colleague from the Department of Transport? Okay, whilst we are still trying to see whether we have DBE, okay, maybe before DBE, if you don't mind, let me take first Tafi. We have in our midst the Office of the Premier for the good work that they are doing for the department. We felt that the Office of the Premier should be part of this exercise. Ask them to make the input. So we are now calling upon Tafi, Mr. Mwangolela. Can you encourage him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much, Tafi.
Thank you. Now, can I use my computer here? I hope I won't disturb global peace. Unplug. Okay. Podiums are made with the assumption that everyone is taught. Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you for allowing us to, as Office of the Premier, to join you. Where I'm coming from, we have started to have this view that if education invites you to something as Office of the Premier, make sure you send someone. Because much of each project that they put time on, they get a good result. Now, because we also want to claim the glory, we said we are coming again to this one. So thank you for inviting us. I wanted to use a minute or two, if you can allow me, Chair, to, as Office of the Premier, to honor the yellow men. For those who do not know who is the yellow man is the former statistician general. Yeah, it's unfortunate we are welcoming you when we are in Rebecca. I would have preferred to welcome you when we are in Bishop, which is the home of the provincial government. Say you inspired us. 2016, you came with the macro-social report. We were in the room when you then deliberated on the Msinga case study. We are aware that as a statistician general, you are supposed to be neutral. But the activist inside you sold us an idea. I remember we left Pretoria and wanted the plane to land very fast to go and test this model. For those of you who saw a program under Premier Maswale called Operation Maspati Sane, which was anchored on 705 wards, where we were trying to syndicate government services per wards, what had inspired us was that imagination. Of course, it didn't really then fly for one reason or the other. We then went to a second trial where we did with Department of Social Development and Office of the Premier something called anti-poverty strategy. We focused, say, on 16 anti-poverty sites, syndicating against services, trying to create 16 Msingas. Currently, we are now using a 39 anti-poverty site strategy, and it's actually maturing. We've even now evaluated it. So I just wanted to ask the House to join me as Office of the Premier to celebrate the Statistician General. Thank you, sir. I've used my 2 minutes. That's Bishop. The statement of the problem of what we are dealing with, it's riddled with complexities. Of course, theorists would say we are in a volatile and uncertain, complex environment, the VUCA theory. We have seen different political leaders struggling greatly with the size of the business of what you consider is the Department of Education or the policy area of basic education. It's true what was mentioned by the previous speaker, that in 2018, in the administration of Mr. Maswale, he was the sitting premier that received the first tangible submission of what you called rationalization program. Those days it was called closing of schools. It had not matured to this polished English that it's realigned. It was the closing of schools. The numbers we were talking about was 2,700. The speaker was also true. We were even, us who were monitors, were saying, this quarter, how many did you close? Next quarter, how many did you close? So we were wanting to see a graph of a landing plane. But because we had not fully understood the complexities of the operating environment. So what's on the screen there is just a testimony to say, even in the public space, what we are dealing with here is a classical question of the Eastern Cape. And we all know that because of the size of the business in the Eastern Cape, whatever goes wrong in the Eastern Cape becomes a national question. It's not an ordinary matter, by the way, because of numbers. Now, if you come closer to the statement of the problem, it then, if I use treasury language to say that institutional inefficiencies in the Department of Education, and which can be resolved by the realignment of schools. Discrepancies in infrastructure management. There was a time one EXCO actually was saying, why not close all the primary schools that are not viable? Because there were those who were saying the problem is at the primary school level. So there is an EXCO decision, I surely can tell, that had zeroed in to say the solution is at primary schools. So when you talk of rationalization, you are essentially talking about primary schools. The 7% example that was demonstrated here, that was the strength at which that EXCO made that decision. But how we implemented it, again, it's what was raised to say there have been a challenge. Then the mixture of the ASIDI schools also created problems in society to say you have created these schools, they are becoming white elephants, you are closing. There's also those who did not trust rationalization of schools from the perspective of how when you bring the ASIDI schools program, and the Eastern Cape has the highest allocation of that presidential intervention. Then, of course, there were social facilitation weaknesses. So one can add the statement of the problem. So it tends to remain tall, the statement of the problem. Of course, we then have a sound theory of change that was presented here that has been consolidated even when Premier Mabuyane 1.0 came in, they adopted that strategy. So at the point of theory of change, there's no confusion of what needs to be done. Actually, is the speed at which we are implementing that. And we are also saying that this work is, at a policy level, we are saying to education, it's aligned. I think speakers did make references to National Development Plan. I'm just making reference to the Provincial Medium-Term Development Plan, which is the hymn sheet of the Government of National Unity. And we are saying, as a province, this work, it's in the policy area that we call early childhood development and learner attainment. So which therefore means when we are budgeting, when we are doing our annual performance plans, the kind of area of work that we are consolidating this story, it's within that policy area of, which is called an integration area. Of course, I do have OTP colleagues who also support this area. Then the department moved further to revitalize its education transformation plan, but I'm not going to read all the 11 charges on the plan. I'm interested in these two, the first two. Do you see that what we are here about is the primary matter of the education transformation plan? It is not the clean audit. It's important. Yeah, and we are celebrating that. Yeah, but I'm not underscoring that because the pre-audit, the clean audit, let me not be mischievous, let me bind that into responsible speaking. The clean audit, The clean audit by law is a requirement you can't celebrate. It comes given. It's that thing when we come carrying our Z83, we tell the interviewers that I'm going to give you that because it's expected. The transformation area is what's on the screen. This is the Eastern Cape. This is the journey that someone says 500 or some number of years of dispossession of underdevelopment, and you are not expected to actually produce skills that are learned for South Africa. You are a labor reserve. So at this point, you are tampering with the structure of the system. And when you are tampering with the structure, you are wanting the structure to be organically designed to produce. The MEC uses words to say when we get the 80%, we choreograph that. We don't get that because of organic means. We do winter schools. We do on an ordinary 7-hour day. We are not able to produce that. There's intense intervention that the change agent we call a teacher must do to get those results. So those results that we are celebrating, they are actually demonstrating the sweat of what we give. But so the fact that the Education Transformation Plan 2024 to 29 puts these two areas as the primary areas, it then answers those who say in media there's no political will. It answers those who may say in media there is no institutional clarity on what should be achieved. So we are clapping hands as Office of the Premier to the leadership that is in education for being able to quarantine what matters the most. I'm not going to go here. I'm going to my recommendations to the commissions as I deal with my closing slides. I'm not really dealing with this slide. It will be used in commission. Now, before I do my recommendations, I need to ground them in some theoretical undertakings to say, in the Constitution, in the preamble, there's a poem that we, the people of South Africa, there's a line that says, improve the quality of life of all citizens and release the potential of each person. When you take your child to Selborne, that's what you are doing. That's your imagination, that Selborne can tamper with my child and release the potential of this person. Those who take their children to the Kuros of this country, that's what they are looking for. Now, they also want that in Lusikisiki. Now, if they want that in Lusikisiki, we who are perhaps middle class, who have the opportunity to imagine an education order, must then be theoretically clear. We can't just do it as an ordinary A plus B. So, the same words that are there, Samora Machel puts them also, I don't want to go into deeper detail in Portuguese, he also says the struggle to liberate the person. He's talking around 1982, before the Constitution is written. He uses the same words. Paulo Freire is also talking about transformative education and humanizing the education experience, including even the toilet I use, including the motivation of the teacher. That it's not a teacher who just comes for 2 hours, gets back in the bus that they came in back to town. Amartya Sen then concludes by saying that you are creating opportunities for freedom of the person, of community, of a nation. So when we are talking rationalization, it appears ordinary. It's about closing a school, it's about, because those are the transactions we are confronted with every day, and then they overwhelm us and we reduce to say it can't be, it can be. So we become the judge. So I would want to put the first recommendation to say, which I think was demonstrated here in the plenary, good evidence and diagnostic assessment of the landscape. But I just want to make a recommendation that says, the evidence that we have is good, and we have been perfecting understanding the environment. But I want us to test to say, when we put other data sets, does this good evidence stand? If people who believe in 705 words and you say we are now, I'm not using closing, we are now rationalizing these schools, and they are speaking from their word, would they agree with you? Those who believe in 39 poorest municipalities and you then come and say poorest wards, and you say in this ward we are closing that school and rationalizing that, they must find sense in what you are saying. So the data set of education, which is a technical data set, must find resonance with a social data set that is generally acceptable in the environment. Now, the data set that is generally acceptable in the environment is the one that comes from Statistics South Africa. We are the poorest 10 municipalities. What are you saying about those schools? So if you can't sample out the 10 poorest municipalities and tell us how does it play out, this story, then it means you remain at a technocratic zone of planning, which means planning is relevant to you as a technocrat. I'm not saying the numbers are not right, but the numbers should be married to the context in which we are doing rationalization. So the context is of spatial inequalities in the farms. The context is of 10 poorest municipalities. The context is of that. For a municipality to buy your deal, for a mayor to say, I want to partner with you, they want to hear how does it make sense to that environment which is their hotspot of poverty. So a neutral understanding of numbers without that connection, we may lose an opportunity. So colleagues who are going to be in this commission, I want you to perturb the numbers and mistrust them, so that when then you agree to say the example of Lusikisiki Hamba Sharp, that is the faithful account that can stand even when another group of people are to make the same decision. I'll go to optimal utilization of resources and the implications thereof. The Department of Education is not an island. It exists in a conglomeration of departments, which are 13 completing priorities, which are budgeted at 90 billion. Education, of course, getting the bigger share. Now, this story that you are saying, is it going to come with demands? The team that is going to look at resource management, what we want you to give us, I'm negotiating, is are there going to be additional funds requirements for, yet you are also a super department? Now, if they are going to be there, at what point are they required these resources? So I'm also saying that around there, take advantage already existing structures the provinces put together in the past 2 years. The Premier has put the Provincial Infrastructure Command Council. You are doing well. You are no longer returning money to the central coffers. You are spending that money if you are given 100%, which is a good story. Scholar transport, I know that the story is always complex. We started, at some point, we started at 5th administration, we closed it carrying 65,000. We carried to 90,000. We carried to 103. At COVID-19, we carried 125. Of course, we were robbing Peter to pay Paul. We were supposed to operate around 100. Even the 103, it was a ministerial determination, which was, you borrowed, Peter to pay Paul, then borrow from Paul. So the submission currently that is before cabinet, that you need to go to about 120. I think you are looking at the scoreboard to say, did they say yes? So the team that is looking at that, this working group, your story is not easy. It's a bit complex because there are implications on transport, scholar transport. I don't want to go into other areas. I've just put them as bullets there. I'm going towards my 2 last slides. Social facilitation is going to be critical to ensure local government buy-in, because schools are in the environments that are, you need champions now. A speaker said here, where is IGR? You need now a cutting-edge IGR, not layer sentente. You need now an IGR that can result in a compact being signed by a council somewhere in Raymond Mhlaba to say, on the strength of what you are saying, we are going to support you education. So that when you are now presenting to EXCO, you can say this which we are presenting, we actually have compacts of support from different local governments as we are running this. We have a private sector that you have coaxed to believe you by your work. Can you attract it into this work? We did see the private sector joining you after the disaster, doing some work, which is education, using their corporate social responsibility. So as you are rationalizing, can we see you going to private sector, selling a deal for them to support you? We are no longer wanting a private sector that just supports a soccer match and leaves people with a t-shirt written MTN. You must find a way of stakeholder management. We actually, in the DG's office where I come from, there's a letter we were struggling with where MTN says we want to support schools, healthcare centers, and so those are some of the interesting avenues that we need to try and do. I forgot to add here to say, the international relations desk of this department, does it read the international deals that we have with Lower Saxon, with there are people-to-people arrangements there? Are there no other things that you can harness out of there as technical support, and how do you interpret it? So Office of the Premier must also be brought into. I write here, repurposing, that's a straightforward. I don't want to stay for too long. Because I was here, just to show that I was here, after 2 months, Tatumchida, Masibone submission to EXCO, outcomes of this session. Going to what? To EXCO to say, we sat down, this is what, and we need support in political buy-in on just these 2 things. The other 3 we are. So let's give each other timelines. So the groups that are thinking of taking this work forward, Ms. Mfenyana, in 2 months, usayibona sikubhalele email sithi uneslot in EXCO realignment. So start warming up for that comrades marathon. As I close, I don't want to paint a bleak picture. Part of our job in OTP is to encourage you, because you are the technocrats who know the policy area. We just say, oh, give them, don't. Now, I have an argument that says, I was told that Etafi, we want to see what you're going to say there, because unayende kuthetha into yakho pha uyithanda. So this one, the other one I was given. Now, I don't think I've been with education since 2016. I was working inside OTP, then came to social transformation cluster from 2016. So ndinazo 10,000 hours to mention something, right? When I look at different time periods, we worked with Premier Kivit, Premier Maswale, Premier Mabuyane 1.0, we are Premier Mabuyane 2.0, right? This is the time to do this work. One issue is that there is an increase of organizational maturity in the department. Ghost, what, those things, you are at your point now to take this forward. The issue of audit, audit outcomes that have improved, it gives you some peace to focus on your core business. This again is the time. There was a time that you could be half here because people are still checking records to make sure, just for maturity. So this is the time. We have seen a significant improved infrastructure outcomes. You saw the Premier Srrp. The Premier actually at one point was declaring 100 schools improved. Highest number according to our numbers since 1994 at one go, in one term, all right? So this is the time. Your marriage with the Labour comrade, you seem to be agreeing to disagree, but pulling the wagons forward. So this is the time to do this thing. Well, at least you have those alliances. And there is an increased public trust. There was a time when we had 4-day, when you want to do a research, you say education, because headlines will be education every morning, you dispatch. And not positive headlines. But public trust is starting to warm up to education because of each front where you are showing signs of improvement. The municipality here, when they spoke in the morning, you could see they were inviting you somewhere. Then the last part is we have seen all your stakeholder engagements, how the private sector brings their A game to your, whether it's matric results, whether it's stakeholder. It speaks volume when you hear that a CEO from Pretoria of MTN is in a meeting with education. Premier is also invited. It tells you a story that as a collective, there's something that you have struck which can take you in the positive direction. My leaders, thank you.
Thank you so much, Tafi, for bringing out this balance in our thinking between what we are trying to do and possible what we are not saying about what we are doing. Ngoku uzosigoqa indlebe. Loo nto ndisike ndakweya umfushane gqitha for uba. Colleagues, can we give Tafi another very resounding round of applause? Thank you so much, OTP. That's why we have OTPs, Pejula. Because they have a bird's eye view on what we are doing. Balancing all the things all the strategies with everything else that is taking place around us. Thank you so much. At this point in time, colleagues, without much ado, allow me to invite Mr. Bahedi, who is representing the Department of Basic Education, our mother department. Can you give him a round of applause? Over to you, sir.
I hope it's the 7th. It's come. What is all this? No, I don't need a. Oh, okay. Okay. DDG Mtida, DDG Chokadi, all senior managers in the room, our partners in education, private sector as well, and the Premier's office. I greet you all. Sanbonani. Okay. In my understanding, I always knew Mr. Chakadi and Mr. Mtida to be particularly liking me. I only find out today that they don't, because they bring me after such a powerful speaker. Colleagues, can I just highlight that I'm representing Mr. Ndlebe, so I firstly want to bring his greetings. He should be the one doing this presentation, but because of the mourning period that he's observing, he then saw it fit to observe it as an African man and asked me to come and present. I'm presenting to you just after arriving from one of your African states. And in that African state, Uganda, they've got a fewer number of schools than us, but they have almost the same number of learners as us. The difference between us and them is that they have a lot of boarding school. They have boarding schools that have got large numbers. Their smallest schools have got learners between 3.5 and 4.5 thousand learners. One principal that made a presentation there is managing 300 educators. I'm not talking about supportive staff. 300 educators. And the next one that came, which is a girls' school, they have single gender schools, most of them. None of them is managing less than 200 educators. And when you look at the outcome of their education system, it's indicating productivity and quality education in terms of it. So all of them, what I picked up from Tida, I picked up that they've got what you call mega schools. There are no small schools there. Second to that, I want to give you, one of my colleagues here made a warning I don't know who of you comes from KZN, because you can't warn them in their absence. But the warning was, KZN, we are coming. That was the warning given. Now, if you want to know how KZN has done it, if you want to know how Free State have done it, they have all gone into the secret of boarding schools. KZN firstly dealt with all small and non-viable schools, all of them supported by the labor in KZN. And the Free State did the same. And they are where they are today. So if we're saying, be careful, here we're coming, I thought let me make that as opening remarks so that you can know that you are in the right direction. Bamtida, I've listened to all the presentations that have taken place, and most of the things that I had planned for would be duplication of what was said before. So I thought, if it was not announced that there's somebody from the AG's office, I would have just stood up and said, you are in the right direction. Now, when the AG is here, you can't do that, even if now she's our colleague. Goes out to a fruitless expenditure, flew all the way from Pretoria to come and say, well done. But you are in the right direction. Can I indicate that in terms of this process, I'm proud to be in this session because, let me highlight to you, I'm not buying your face, it's the first of its kind in the country, where we're having a summit for rationalization. The letter that came to the DG was saying, can the department provide a perspective, rationale, and expectations? I'll try and do that. And to guide on the process of the strategy after the closure has been realized. The roadmap that I think I'll take is, I'll look at the background/context, and in it, I'll give the perspective and rationale. I'll then look at the implications under the challenge. I'll look at the road traversed. In looking at the road traversed, I will highlight to you activities after a successful closure. I'll just highlight to you other PED experience that we've had. And there was a very interesting year, 2022, which came after COVID. And DBE did a particular research on rationalization. I wanted to share that with you. And then I will close. Colleagues, when you're thinking of where our education system is, small schools in terms of primary, as indicated there. On the right-hand side, you have primary schools. On the left-hand side, you have secondary schools. And as you can see, the whole of South Africa has got small secondary schools. Can you see that? But when you look on the right-hand side, where do you find a majority of small primary schools? You find them particularly in our province. That data is very important for us to note. You will also notice that in the entire country, primary schools with more than 135 learners, it's 13%. But the ones with less than 135 learners, it's 77%. You can't have an education system where we are laying a foundation having that kind of a situation. And this is information, Bamtida, that's indicating that, remember, the number of teachers that we allocate to schools is informed by what? The number of children in the schools. So you'll see some of the scenario that I will paint later on. Eastern Cape, you've done well. Since the process, the Premier's office said you used to call this closure of schools, but now you found a nice name. Since the closure of schools started, Eastern Cape has done very well. You have been able, as you can see in that graph, the number of schools closed and merged since the program started. Eastern Cape, you are the highest, as you can see. The color in red indicates that Eastern Cape, you have moved. Whether you are following the process properly or not, it's another question. But you did close the schools as you wanted to do. But I also want you to look at the quality of education that is given. When you look at situations in Gauteng and the Western Cape, what do you see? The numbers are very low of closure. What is the reason? The reason is that small and non-viable schools are not in big numbers. So that is directly linked to rationalization. The statistician is smiling. I'm not working in his office, or did I? Maybe I'm presenting like a statistician. The main aim of rationalization for us to understand is we want, as an education system, to retain leaders and educators in rural schools. People confuse closure and merger as if we say we don't want a school in a rural area. That's not the case. Whether we like it or not, there are some areas in South Africa that will remain rural for some time, and that are farming areas. South Africa, one of its strongest points is farming and dealing with our situation in rural areas. So schools will still remain, and education will still have to be offered in rural areas. So we're not doing away with schools in such areas. But what we want to do, we want to retain teachers and learners in those schools. We want to turn around those schools and make them attractive. If I can share with you that you remember the Funza Lushaka Bursary, one of the requirements is that you educate this learner, and when he becomes a professional teacher, what must they do? They must go and teach in rural areas for a period of how many years? 4 years. What they do, for some reason or the other, they are able to make the 4 years run quickly, because they know that after 4 years, then they go to Gauteng, to Pretoria and what. Why? Because of the situation in those particular schools. So the aim is to improve the quality of teaching and learning and to promote access. There is no reason for us not to be supporting our constitution in terms of the right to basic education. And that right and access to education will be improved if we expedite the resourcing of schools through rationalization. Here is our perspective. We are agreeing as a country that we don't want to leave any child behind. That is an agreement. But if we don't want to leave any child behind, when you look at the situation of small and non-viable schools, those children are automatically left behind. Not only the children, but the teachers as well, because they are not able to excel in their expertise. We are saying we want to prepare our children for the 21st century. That cannot happen with the current unviable schools that we have. We are saying we want to offer quality education. Quality education can only take place in viable schools. Our children now, it was not like before. Before, a child who grew up, who was born in Mthatha and grew up in Mthatha, would have to compete within Mthatha, get a wife in Mthatha, get a house in Mthatha, get another wife in Mthatha, get a husband, and stay there. It's African culture, you can marry more than one wife, and die in Mthatha. But our children are not like that anymore. They are global citizens. If I can ask you just here by the raise of hands, how many of South African children do you know to be working overseas? Quite a number of them. But when they start competing at those levels, we should assist them by making our schools viable now. And we should make our schools self-reliant. It's not going to be easy to make a non-viable small school. Here is the rationale. If you are preparing a child for the 21st century, how must the class be? the class must be a 21st century class. Does it make sense? Are you going to have resources, if Treasury is here, are you going to have resources to create a 21st century class? Babufenyana says, others at the corner are dancing, others at another corner are reading, then the ones that are reading want to dance. The HOD says ladies can multitask, so the girl learner is at an advantage because he can both dance and read. But what about the boy child? We are also talking as a system about coding and robotics. If we're talking coding and robotics, what is it that you are doing from primary schools? I'm inviting colleagues as I speak, just Google for yourself. Google and check, Google and check an example of a grade R class in China. You'll be shocked how that class looks like. And those classes, it's because they don't have small and non-viable schools. And our children are global citizens. Those are 10 things that are also being addressed. I'll quickly run through them. Your teachers, colleagues, I must be very careful because labor is in the room. I don't want to give labor facts to attack about Jokadi and Bamtid. When we interview our colleagues at school level, a teacher says we are overloaded. You'll see later on with the examples that I'm going to do. A teacher having to do 10 preparations on a daily basis and work across 7 different learning areas on their own. It's not sustainable. Our children at these small and non-viable schools, if umntwana ufika ku skolo where utakhedi is educated to teach maths and science and it's a secondary school, kodwa lo mntwana ufunda ukufunda accounting, uzayofundiswa ubani? Because in this school, we only offer maths and science. Why? Because among the 4 teachers that are in this school, Takhedi is qualified ukufundisa ini in maths and science. So every child will be taught maths and science. But if you don't have maths and science, what do you have? History and biblical studies. I have nothing wrong against the Bible and history. But if the qualified teacher that was appointed at that school can only do history and geography, those are the only choices that will be enjoyed at that school. And that's one of the things we are trying to address. Our children are denied the opportunity to be children whilst they're still children. Because all they have to do is to learn and learn it. There's no time for extracurricular activity because by the time the teachers finish with the formal class, they are dead tired to go and do other sporting activities. So that's one of the things we're trying to address. Our expectations. I wanted us to, as you plan, Babin Fenyan, as you plan and go forward, as you talk to our communities, can you make this example of a case study alive? Put your case, relate to them the circumstances around that case. What research have you done? You'll see I'm going to talk to some research data now. What knowledge should communities have about the processes that you are doing? Indicate to them the criteria so they can understand the criteria. I was in KZN and the chief was saying, this school, this is the chief and donor. I say, this school is named after my father and you want to close it and interfering with my father's name. I said, are you aware that your father's name is badly talked about? King Cetshwayo, isikole esiningi King Cetshwayo has got 2% pass rate for the past 15 years. So King Cetshwayo is associated with 2% pass. Then he said, is that really like that? I said, yes. But what we can do, we can merge, and we can merge your school with another one and call it King Cetshwayo Nandi, because we can. Expectations. The expectation is that we want to enhance productivity. You'd agree with me, Bamtida, that if you don't have if we don't, Angithi, there's something that I have learned. I always try to make this easier. Konje, these doctors that give birth, what are they called? Gynecologists. Gynecologists went to a workshop, and when they were trained in that workshop, the videos that were playing were Formula One. And they were particularly looking at the speed of changing the wheels. You've seen Formula One, Nangit. You won't even be able to count the seconds. And they changed all the 4 wheels. Then I asked, what was it? They said, gynecologists picked up that they lose children during that moment when the children are leaving the mother and coming into the real world. But they found out that if they can reduce that time, it will assist them to increase. Now here are gynecologists learning from Formula One. So us as educators, we always want to have education examples. So I then decided to be different and say, let's look at business, how business works. Business works like this. They simplify operations. Can we simplify the SRP operations? Let's make them simple, not complicated. Let's lower the costs. By lowering the costs, you'll see in the recommendations we are saying, if you match them in such a way that where possible, you don't have to have scholar transport. Labantu laba, but I don't want to go there. But so let's lower our cost. In the process, let's improve our quality. You know what South African parents do? South African parents vote with their feet. If you have a school that is functional, regardless ukuthi leso skolo moya kuso etumfula renza in, but if that school is known to be functional, producing results, and they can see examples, the child became a statistician, the child became a DDG, the child was headhunted and became a chief director, they will send their children to those schools. They will send it without any scholar transport. So if we improve the quality, I'm saying when we want successful rationalization, let's improve the quality. So that if you say we are taking these children to that school, parents can buy into that story. I won't bore you with the legislative framework because it has been talked to a lot, but for purposes of noting it, I'll just leave it here for you for reference. Implications, headaches. I didn't want to put the face of a man because if it's us having a headache, who cares? But if it's a face of a lady having a headache, everybody wants to stand up and address. Here are the concerns. The quality of teaching and learning is compromised. There are poor learning outcomes. You'll see it later on. And then I've already talked to limited subject choices. But our main concern is this one. You remember I said we want to retain these children in the schooling system. There is a high drop rate, a dropout rate. It's very high for these 9 viable schools. And the high progression rate. Ngama holiday, when we come back from Gauteng and come back home to see Abazugulu and all that, our children don't even understand what progression is. Tatumkhulu undithengele amaswiti ndiprogressiwe ngoku. Aba understand progressing. Okay. Kodwa kusalayo ndihambe nabo ukuya ku the next grade. Now here is a situation, colleagues. I'm breaking down to you. My colleague who was with me in DBE, who's now a director for curriculum, will understand this as well. And I'm requesting that in the rationalization team, talk about this. Here is what I have done for you. Amatole West, we have Pakama and Sakile primary schools. And these schools, in terms of our PPN, they've been allocated 1 teacher. I was allocated any other because they qualify for 1 teacher each. But here's the situation. I want to take it slow with you. Here's the situation. CAPS says in grade R, home language, in a week, how many hours? 10 hours. Mathematics, 7 hours. Life skills, 6 hours. All in all, 23 hours. Grade 1 to 2, that is the break, 7 hours. Mathematics, 7 hours. Now, this one educator in a week must cover how many hours? 46 weeks plus 25. Who's a mathematician? 71. Do they have 71 hours in a week? They don't. Can you see the case that we have to present? It can't happen. So what do? The entire foundation phase education for this child is not quality education. Intoni, a crèche. The whole grade R up to 3 of this particular child. What is it? It's crèche. Just keep them there so that they can go home. So they actually go, what did you say? They must, uyithethe ngesixhosa so izawundiga bayenzeni batshe baloku batsha bafunde baloku bafunda. But basically our children are now going to school ukuyotsha nje babuye. Here is another situation for the intermediate phase. Dipofung and putting senior primary schools in Jogabi. What we found out there is that they also have one teacher each, the 2 schools. But what is happening in the intermediate phase? Colleagues, do you remember that the intermediate phase is a transition? Transition from what? Transition from 4 learning areas into 6 learning areas. This teacher, before they start teaching, and Bamtida, what has made some schools, let me give you one of the receipts. What has made primary schools that are functional to be successful is because before they start teaching, what do they deal with? They deal with the transition. There's a transition of the number of learning areas. There's also a transition of the language of learning and teaching. This one teacher in this one school, Dipofu, must deal with all that. Is it possible? So these are some of the challenges. And then the senior phase, I've put examples here so that you can see that we did some homework, but the same argument would follow. And I'm giving these names so that, when you deal with these schools, then you'll see there's a price at the end, and I'm going to argue for you to get that price. So I have taken you through the phases. I'm going to leave it because you can read the presentation. But as you have community meetings, this is what you need to highlight to the communities. Uti, I'm from the Premier's office, so I'm closing. Sell the idea. It will help. Now, activities after closing the school successfully. If you can allow me, I don't want to talk about this, Babumtida. The reason I don't want to talk about it is because Nelson Mandela is excellent in doing this. They have done it, all the schools that they have closed, they have done it successfully. Here is a challenge. You close the school, the children have moved, the teachers have moved, everything happened peacefully, you are now happy and excited with this value. But what you don't know is that the municipality account is still on you. The allocation is not coming to you, but it is in your name. But for Nelson Mandela, they've done it successfully. When the actual movement takes place, everything else has been dealt with. Then I asked them, what is the secret? And the secret is that they are working very closely with their municipality. So maybe they are the ones who must come and present to you better. When you have challenges, go to them, or they must come to you, whichever way works better for you. But what we have found, whichever way works better for you. But what we have found is that working. Can I give you one of the frustrations that you have made for district directors and rationalization officials? They've identified the schools. Takhedi and Jwakadi Primary are going to merge. But unfortunately, because of the number of educators in both, there was no post of the principal that was advertised. And then suddenly the post is advertised. So what did we do? We went on with the process of recruitment. We appointed principals. Big problem. Because HR is not talking to rationalization. Rationalization is not. So after rationalization, there's this thing that you must choose who should now be the principal of the new school. Initially, you saw a low-hanging fruit that in the two cases, there's no principal, so it will be easy to match. Now, because we like challenges, you appoint first so that you must have the challenge of dealing with the problem of who becomes the principal. If we can look into that, that will also assist a lot. You'll see one of my slides has got, the whole slide is full of communicate, communicate, communicate. Lessons learned from other provinces, not much, because you're already doing it. I'm proud of the SSRP team of Eastern Cape, because why? They listen. They came to a meeting. We had a summit in another small town, Mr. Joseph. You'll tell me what's the name of that town, where we had an SRRP meeting. They asked us, how is KZN doing it? We said, KZN is moving along with their premier office. And here is it today. I'm getting evidence that the premier is working with you. And I can tell you, it will never fail if you're working together as a unit. So KZN includes their premier office, and then they have done an extra effort that for a community, they identify a structure that is still usable, and then they hand it over to, which was a school, hand it over to Public Works, and start encouraging and giving Public Works ideas that this structure can be a clinic, can be whatever, so that the community still has something that is of government building that they can use. And that has been successful. But they have also handed out some schools to DHEAD. You know the programs that Department of Higher Education has, and it has worked well for them. The Free State has gone right into boarding schools. So their formula is working very well. They are revamping old boarding schools in areas where they are merging schools and they find out that there's a challenge of college transport, then they do a boarding school and hostel. So they will only pay a huge chunk once. Then they don't have to be paying, yeah. But be careful how you treat those taxi drivers, because they are the ones who own. And then Gauteng has worked at pace, quickly dealt with realignment. And as I'm very impressed by the presentation that you've given, Bamfenyan, how you are realigning. But the advantage that they have is that they have this extended structure which they call the QLTC. And QLTCs inside have got councillors, and they're working with them and other community organizations. I just thought I should highlight this certificate. This certificate is given to the KZN Mfenyan. Bamfenyan, I'm talking your case. What happened is that the SRRP team worked so well with higher education in KZN and worked so well with other institutions. Some of the schools were converted into clinics. Some of them were given over for higher education. And then the province felt no. We had problems of infrastructure and spaces. But the way the rationalization team of KZN has worked with us, they then thought the Premier's office, I don't know if your Premier's office is still in, the Premier's office then decided, I don't know if they are in, but I think they're in, they're listening. They then decided to recognize, just pressuring. They then decided now to have a recognition award, and they gave certificates to all the SRRP officials, right from SECET up to this, just to say we appreciate the work that you are doing. You said I must share good practices of other provinces, and that's what I'm doing. Here is what DBE has done. 2022, very special year. Look at the bottom there, on your far left, you have very large, at the bottom, very large schools, medium schools, and the one in purple is small schools. Let's start at the bottom. Small schools, percentage of learners that register for mathematics. What percentage? 70. But for large schools, what percentage of learners register for maths? 99%. Then for medium schools, 94%. So you can see that the larger the school becomes, the more chances that learners have to register for mathematics. And that slide talks to that. Even look at history. The very history that we are struggling with. In small schools, only 29% of learners choose history because of it's not because of the liking or the career-informed decision. It's not career-informed. This is because of the availability of manpower that is there. Subject selection by school size. Small schools, 11% are offering technical subjects. Very large schools, technical subjects, 44%. You cannot have a country that is moving towards technical schools and this is the choice of subjects that the learners do. So you can see that the small and non-viable schools are affecting the very fact that we want to become a different country. But then look at the pass rates. You can see we found out that Eastern Cape, KZN, and Limpopo, which are our three provinces that have got a higher number of small and non-viable schools, the more they reduce the number of small and non-viable schools, what happens to their performance? It goes up. It becomes better. So there is the evidence. It's there for you. You can be rest assured. And the reason is why. The reason is because now a teacher who is teaching at the high school or at the high number of schools, they can have less number of preparations, they can focus, and they can even do better. So there is the evidence for you. And then the results are as indicated there. I won't take you through them for purposes of time, but the research is indicating. Other benefits. The other benefits are that infrastructure maintenance and municipality costs are reduced. I think Nelson Mandela can via out for us. If you had infrastructure maintenance and municipality costs for Bamtida, you said that district actually reduces a number, but the biggest, which number? There's a district that must move from 700 to 300. So, in actual fact, when we put it the other way around, we are saying you have an opportunity of redirecting the cost for 400 structures, and you can redirect that money to something else, either buying of laptops, because the money that we're using to maintain those buildings, to pay for the municipality costs, those buildings are now no longer yours. So you can redirect and use that money somewhere else. Better improved infrastructure, because now it's bigger schools. Some school buildings will benefit the community because they will be given over to the other departments to use, and then educators are able to specialize in what they were initially trained for. Sports and recreation now becomes, because some of the children will become the captain of Mapogopo, who comes from here. They'll become that because they now have an opportunity to experience the talent that they have. There is a management plan, a general management plan that's nationally. We give this to our Mr. Mfenyana, and then they try and work around it. I was asked to present it to you. So this is the management plan that the SSRP team should follow. Then recommendations. I'll run through recommendations quickly. Can you allow me not to read all the recommendations, but to say to you, instead of concentrating on other things, let's concentrate on putting the learner at the center of it. Does it benefit the learner? If it doesn't, then let's do away with it. But there are misconceptions that are being put out there that rationalization is about addressing poor performance of principals. When a principal is poorly performing, we then rationalize the school. It's not a fact. That it's a platform for settling scores. I saw the way you looked at my wife, so I'll deal with you. But it's not the case. We are dealing with issues of ensuring that better and quality education is given to. So when you are addressing those public meetings, deal with these misconceptions. Before they are brought in, deal with them. What matters the most are the benefits of the child. Points to note, do not ignore the facts about teaching and learning. We've given you the stats. Intensify the consultation stage. It's very important to consult. Prioritize schools where scholar transport is not a need, so that you cannot say, I wasn't able to rationalize because there was no scholar transport. Learners that are moved to host schools, ensure that before they move, you've got other resources at that school. Do not just make the thing to happen without administrative processes being followed. Give life to the adopted management plan that you've given, that Mfenyana. Communicate with complainants. You know, one thing about complainants, I've picked it up. A person will write a complaint to either the minister or the DG. Showing the incompetence of the Eastern Cape. This is beautiful. And then when you go into the facts, there's nothing like that. And the reason is because we're not engaging them. So as soon as there's a complainant, engage them on the spot, and you are able to deal with the matter. Intensify the approach. There's vandalism that takes place if you don't intensify the approach. So you end up losing the investment that the government has done. District team and the provincial team, can you please work together? At the end, I saw the Premier's office was talking about EXCO. I have requested that as you work, have in mind 2 dates in a year where you'll engage the portfolio committee on education, the provincial portfolio committee, as my last recommendation there. And then in closure, DDG, until then DDG Chwakati, I want to request the teams of merger and closure and also the commissions that are going to take place, that would you kindly consider the inputs that have been made here and move with pace and move accordingly. Siyabulela.
Hey, colleagues, that's a mouthful. I have always thought that I know Mr. Paget. And I knew that can make very beautiful presentations. The part that I did not know about him is the sense of humor. That as you are putting your points across. Thank you so much, DBE. Can we give him another big round of applause? Where is Shirazan? Can you just lift your hand? Shirazan? Okay. Wherever she is, colleagues, let's make sure that we are putting together all these presentations, because this is the library of information that is going to help us not only for this session, but we are building a profile of information, the beautiful recommendations that are coming up here. Thank you so much for the organizing team for organizing the speakers who are so able to guide this process. We would have wanted to finish up all the inputs before lunch, but unfortunately the preparations, Prof, in the dining room are such that the kitchen says they are ready now, and that we shall have to break. The time now is 13:05. I hope you don't mind if I steal just 5 minutes from your lunchtime so that you come back still at 2 o'clock. So we may break for lunch. Someone must guide us. Where do we go? Lisa, I've got my beautiful Lisa. Wherever I go, Lisa comes with me to assist me. Help me, Lisa. Thank you, but can you just to yourselves a very big round of applause for the sessions that have gone so far. Thank you so much. Lisa.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I would like to request all the guests, as well as the DDGs and chief directors, to follow Uchoma and Nomapelu this side. But we are all going this side, but I would like the guests to go first before we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Tuma, Ladies and gentlemen, can we settle? Sicela nisondele bethuna sizoqalisa. Ladies and gentlemen, manene dat manenekazi, siyadicela bethuna. Mr. Fanyana, buyani bethuna. Nizawude ndifote nabantu bethu mbethe. Yembethe. Nizawude ndifote nabantu bethu mbethe. Masibuye bethuna.
Mayiphele photo shoot.
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Time is against us. Chini bethuna. Hey, nizawude ndifote nabantu bethu ngoku buyani. MC. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please settle? Okay.
Colleagues, let's make a start. Can we get everybody to the house? And the opposition has done the content. Hey, my daughter, hey. Hey, content apart up. Who is the China? Who tell you to smell about what to? Hey, are your content? Content. Ke emetse mohlodiswa, a so fihla. Where's Dr. Pan? Colleagues, we will be moving from these sessions into commissions. In the meantime, I want you to acclimatize yourselves with commissions. Part of the logistics team is going to explain how we're going to participate in all of the commissions. So we are just going to be allocating time, people to the commissions. But meantime, look at the commissions, see where you can make the most contribution in the commissions. And that's where we are going to be spending the rest of the afternoon. Nobody is going to leave by this gate up. Everybody will be here in the commissions until we finish. Sevat? Commissions, there's going to be a register. There will be a comparison of the register between your coming in here this morning and the register in the commissions. If there is anything that is amiss between the two, then there will be consequence management for abantu abenza loo nto. Now, Reaukupa hle. Kinako, I'm going to hand over to you now. Hey, Kina, oh, eat like. Oh, who's going? Sure. Hey, these guys are going to connect us. Hey guys, can you help us?
Arul called me. So it's not because I heard you. Do you have an adapter? Otherwise, you can give me. Check an adapter, it's thin one. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to be with you here in the Eastern Cape. Having listened since the morning, what went through my mind was, what is it that I'm hearing? And I thought that I could locate what I'm hearing in history, and history is anything that happened in the past. And in our country, something more recent that happened in the past is a national dialogue. And I cannot find a more relevant national dialogue than this one. We really don't have to look far. This is the real national dialogue. It is a national dialogue because it is focusing on the sector called children.
Sorry, is it USB to?
Yes, a small one. Don't have that. Give me a USB and then I put it on this computer.
Okay, sure.
Yes. We are trying to manage something here. So we really have a national dialogue here because we are talking about children that are yet not born, who will live a long and productive life. If they are lucky and they are men, they might live up to 60 years. If they are women, they live up to 65 years. Because the males get bewitched by their the problem has always been that, human beings, when they don't have an answer for a phenomenon, they have to find an answer. So the one phenomenon was that men die younger. And there was no answer. So the only thing one could think about is
those who live with them must have bewitched them.
Where's your one?
Mine is the one that was on. You just save it on the.
Is it this one? This
No, I don't know whether this is.
Six?
No, it's not this.
Yeah, you just show me where your file is.
Browse.
Is it on your desktop?
Yeah, no, it's on the. Sorry, let me go back. My apologies for this. Here it is. File.
So
Just
we
save
can
it on here.
as-
Yeah, save it on here. So we are trying to solve the logistics here. But as we try to solve the logistics, perhaps a story about life expectancy. Now the problem is that men like to marry younger women. So females are guaranteed to be widows for 10 years. Because the husband is 5 years older. He'll die 5 years. And then, of course, you are guaranteed widowed for 10 years. Little wonder that at 90, then polygamy can start at that time. Because now a man can marry as many women as possible at 90 years old. So there are many 90 eligible females that the man can. Are you getting right there? Yes. So these numbers generate very exciting and interesting things when you look at them. The story of Msinga is an interesting one. And the representative from the office of the premier decided to throw some interesting accolades towards me for having seen insights. And the presentation I was making on Msinga was that it reduced multidimensional poverty the fastest. It was the poorest. Completely 63% of the population was multidimensionally poor in 2001, and then it dropped to 33% by half, and then it continuously did that. The question that one had to ask was, why did Msinga perform that fastest? So the late Vuyo Matlati said, no, you know, there's something that was done in Msinga. It was a hotbed of crime. Not crime, but political killings. And the churches and everybody went into Msinga as we moved towards the elections, 1994 breakthrough. And they sustained their presence in Msinga. And it looks like the social compact and the cohesion that was there is what gave Msinga the gravitas to continuously reduce multidimensional poverty. Because society was united. After a concentrated period of time of people staying there. Are we winning? Yes. Man, you know, when you win, you must win against time. Yes. My computer doesn't accept the bigger version of the...
So I'm just trying a different flash drive.
You're trying a different flash drive? No, the other way around.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Yes, yeah. Otherwise, I could have sent it by email.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm thinking.
I'm trying to keep you listening. One of the things that I was sharing with Melinda was my encounter with the people just outside here in Silvertown in 2011. Silvertown wouldn't want to be enumerated. And they didn't want to participate in the census. Silvertown just outside here. So I came and they said they want their counselor. And I said, what has the counselor to do with me? He said, go and collect him. He's in Port Elizabeth. I said, but I'm just a person who is counting people. Why can I go and get involved in your council? So they said, no, you should. I said, I can't. They said, no, you should. I said, why? I don't have power to do that. They said, no, you are very powerful. I said, what power now? They said, no, you are very powerful. A week before the end of counting in the census, which was 22nd of October 2011, I had gone to Kunu to count Madiba. And they said, we saw you with Mandela. You are very powerful. Go and get the councillor. Now, they said, otherwise we are not getting counted if you don't bring the councillor. So it was very difficult to get the councillor because I didn't know who the councillor was and so on. So I had to make a promise. And the promise was, if we get students who have passed matric, Statistics South Africa, which is my organization, will take those students to any university in South Africa. My God, the results came. There was no one from Silvertown that had passed. Now, what was the next step? You don't say we are not going ahead with that. You got to find ways of. So we started a program, and Jafta, who is working for Stats SA here, we recruited him and said, Jafta, take care of these students. Put them to a level where they can actually start passing matric. He did. And then we took them to institutions of higher learning here in the Eastern Cape. One of them progressed quite well. But as fate would have it, he didn't survive. He died 2 years ago. He had actually contracted tuberculosis when he was young because of the conditions in Silvertown. And the lights on that project dimmed even on that one who succeeded. And I think what we are looking at here is resolving those problems. That's why I'm saying it's a major national dialogue that we are having here. Yes. Are we winning?
Yeah. Which one do you want to go first?
Which one? No, not this one. The other one that you had the one. Which one did you pick, guys?
All three. You said I'm just copying.
This one. Yeah. Okay. Now I just put it there. Thank you very much. My apologies for failing to be ready. The good book says the bride was to come, and there were 5 brides or bridesmaids who were smart, and there were 5 who were stupid, like myself, who danced the oil away the whole night. And when the bridesmaid arrived, they didn't have any oil left. My presentation, therefore, is really about contemplations, provocations, facts, and explorations to relate to what it is that we are doing here. I've listened carefully, and at times I have managed to capture some of the issues that are raised here. I've also brought with myself some knowledge around what it is that we are doing. But importantly, one of the things that we really have to think about is the children. Do we have a 360 view on the child as education? We don't. The teacher has only one-way view of the child. The Department of Health has only, where lucky, one-way view of the child when they are born. But after that, they forget. Only when the child is 6 years has to go to school, then the registration comes, and then they get an ID and all kinds of things. Yet, the life of a child, given that we also start at grade R, gives us an opportunity not only to know that they have been vaccinated for tuberculosis and all those other vaccinations that the children get, but to understand the living conditions in which these children live. And the school, because it's a socializing environment, is entitled and should claim the entitlement to have a 360-degree view on the child. When we have that, then we can have an instrument that informs us as to how this child will progress through life in the next 60 years. That is why this national dialogue here is so important, because it is anchored in the material life of somebody who will live for another 60 years. And then we should have a projection of how that child will go through life, not only by getting good results in mathematics and speaking English with one nose, but in terms of what kind of a person will this person be? Will she reflect or he reflect the ambitions of the Constitution? And that's where we should focus. I'll end with that, because we started doing that, and Lungisa is here, and Dr. Arul is here. An idea struck us some time back when I was Statistician General of census at schools. And the census at schools was meant to mobilize us into the census of the population. And then the children could go and talk to the parents about the census. But more recently, with all the complications in life that we have had, an idea dropped probably when you are a pensioner. You don't know what to think about. You start thinking about other things. And I said, no. We need a 360-degree view of a child. And that's what I decided I'll commit myself to. And in part, that's now I've been invited to talk to yourselves here as educators. I have the opportunity to say, let's go and look at a 360 view. And we piloted that, and it tells us some interesting stories. I'll not dwell on that, but I'll highlight some of the things that we got from there. Now, story behind the story. The egg and the bacon. Who paid the price? You know, for breakfast. I would argue that Eastern Cape has been the pork, has been the pig, while other provinces have been the hen. It paid with its life. Yet it has not benefited, or at least it should recover some of the benefits of having been the pig. If you think about the discovery of diamonds in Kimberley, when you get to Northern Cape and Kimberley, you find many Xhosa surnames there. They were the first to be on those mines of diamonds. If you think about gold, it was the Basotho and the Xhosas here. They also were made to fight amongst themselves and kill themselves in the 70s amongst themselves by the Afrikaner regime on the mines that the Xhosa and the Basotho were fighting there in the gold mines in the 70s. If you think about the rail, you find all Xhosa surnames across the country because these people were working on the rail lines. Tabazimbi is Fikile. So it's Fikile, when that iron ore mine opened there. There is a village next to Manser around there, and it's called Swigile. So it's called in Setswana Swigile. When I got to Botswana, and I was wondering, why is this name Swigile? And then it's called Swigile. So the Xhosa men were going there to work on the mines. And, the Botswana women were very generous. And they decided to disappear there. The women left the Eastern Cape. They said, Svigilas Bui. And that was how that Svikile was named. Now you go to the Bafuki and the platinum mines. There's a place called Pikinini Transkei. Yes. And that's Pikinini Transkei. And well, I was trying to run the census, and the Bafokeng asked me, how do you make these people, why don't you count these people who are not Bafokeng so that we can do something about them? Because now they are taking, you know, including our women. So it's called Pikinini Transkei. Then if you think about political resistance, the Rivonia trial is from Mandela to Biko. There is not a province that has created resilience and resistance like this province. If you think about the motor industry, PE and East London, and you think about Roslyn and Silverton subsequently, when the sanctions started to bite, the apartheid government started to be inward-looking. And in terms of inward-looking, it had to move the industry to Pretoria. And then, of course, who went there? Find a number of Xhosa surnames in Silvertown, there in Mamelodi and so on. They came with the car industry. And if you think about the liberation up to 1994, then everybody from here went to. So the kinds of systemic problems that you find in the Eastern Cape are created, and they are a creation of these conditions that have. So to try and understand what you are facing and discussing, it cannot be anchored outside the context of this rich history. The question then is, what are you going to do? As the head of department was presenting here about East and West Pondoland, that it has the highest, smallest number. You see, when you talk about highest small, of children, and therefore faces this whole rationalization. So I quickly looked at the census. I looked at 1996 census. I just referred to, because you know the mighty organization has all this data on the web. You just click here and you look and say, In 1996, the census, the first census, post-apartheid census, which I handed to Madiba, and they said, at last we have numbers for the nation, numbers we can rely on. We have a portrait of the nation. Pondol, the place of East and West, Amatol, had 931,000 people. 25 years later, it has 830,000. It has dropped by 100,000. So it's not surprising, therefore, that it is in this kind of situation. But as the school's building program continued, I wonder how many people referred to the census numbers. Probably never did, or let alone to do a comparative analysis. So the crisis that we have is a man-made crisis. And it has to be corrected by men and women. Oh, the men do things and run away. Now, when we think about African stalwarts, not only the Eastern Cape ones, but African stalwarts at Fort Hare, established in 1915, I mean, South Africans were excluded from white institutions. It had to come to fight the struggle. And it became a key ground for black intellectuals and leaders across the continent. And of course, it created Pan-Africanism. So when we deal with this issue of education, we have to bring the collective memory of ourselves here in the Eastern Cape into this debate. Because then we can foreground that which we are trying to do. Who are those stalwarts? Activists. Struggle against apartheid. right across the African continent. And they were united by education, political awareness, and commitment to liberation. This is the continuation of that struggle. It has to be framed in the context of that struggle. It cannot be, this process has to be contextualized in that struggle. Well, let's give them the names. We can't just say it was, it was. Nelson Mandela, Oliver Tambo, Govan Mbeki, Chris Hani, Robert Sobukwe, Mangosuthu Buthelezi, Kenneth Kaunda, Seretse Khama, Julius Nyerere, Robert Mugabe, Yusuf Lule, and Tsumukhehle. All these are people that went through Fort Hare and were there almost at the same time. And therefore, they created this African nationalism, and this became the backbone of African liberation struggle. And it shaped diverse political ideologies. And of course, it is the symbol of the power of education as resistance and liberation. Well, there was Lovedale too. And at that Lovedale, my mother, maiden name Adeline Mweleti, married to Kenneth Lehotla, got a Standard 4 certificate of excellence in 1930 in Lovedale. This is from those records. You can go there. I still have to go to Lovedale because I need to go and see the record, the original one. Because, so when we think about this province, we are thinking about a province that has been absolute of legends of leadership. And therefore, this national dialogue that we are beginning here becomes the true national dialogue, not only for the Eastern Cape, but for the continent of Africa, for the whole country, and everything. Yet, and when we say yet, we have interesting difficulties. As a statistician general, I ask South Africans what their priorities are. Priority number one was cost of electricity. This was before load shedding. It was reliable water. Yes, it was reliable water. I'm sure once with load shedding, it will not be, you know, when you have number one here, and to the left you have third priority. Load shedding electricity would be a priority somewhere here. 1 to the power of something. Of course, when you say 1 to the third power of 3, it will still be 1. So then second priority was adequate employment, and then of course priority 3 was electricity. Education, priority number 15. Yes, the whole country. Now, if you have education as priority number 15, and politicians have to be voted on the basis of the priority they see, which is water, electricity, and employment, they are never going to campaign on education. Forget it. So we, as the electorate, become fodder for the politicians. Not only currency, but we are also mechanized through which we get traded, especially when we see education as priority number 15. Now, a bit of history. In 1953, Verwoerd asked the question, what's the use of teaching a Bantu child mathematics when it can't use it in practice? Now, what did we come up with more recently? Math literacy. Now, you have to say, we must have our heads checked. So you can see the Indians, blacks and colors, were huddled together down here. By the 1950s, when these guys were performing at the same level, huddled together. The whites were already up there. I mean, they all had grade 3. And the blacks, only a small percentage of them had grade 3. Whites were almost 90% having grade 3. These guys here were saying, "Ba baby bobu sa se si so su." Oh, yes, I know. So at my school, where I was at primary, you'd sing and say, "Rona reba na ba e mo ni re ruti le sekolo se rebala ABC, we bala 1 2 3. Bina nkata bo opandia tla re ruti le sekolo se." Well. Well, I was the son of teachers. So after that singing, I still had to indulge in other things than just singing. Now, look at how the graph moves. Look at the Indians. Immediately, Verwoerd said that. India said, no, we are going to get ourselves mathematics. And they performed in that way. They created their own schools. Africans tried to create their own schools. The Afrikaners came and they crushed them completely. And there were a number of things that were happening here. Migratory labor, which Eastern Cape suffered a lot and Lesotho suffered a lot. So the cohesion to fight the apartheid system when it destroyed schools and everything was less there in Eastern Cape and Lesotho and other black areas compared to the Indians who, through indentured labor, were brought in as families and they were there. So they could deal and manage this as the children would come back home and find a mother. And then the Indians started doing something. Around that, the education, you can see that the number of them that finished matric. And then Arul, when he's standing behind the counter, and the father says, no, Arul, well, look, my son, you are going to be doctor. You're going to be a lawyer, you're going to be a doctor. So they made their children look beyond standing behind the counter, counting the money. And what happened? They caught up with whites. Now, aggregating this to today, this is what has happened. Primary school since 1994 is universal. Secondary school, after 1 million children that get born, only 600,000 will write matric, and only 200,000 will pass and go proceed. The bedroom is busy, 1.2 million. But out of that 1.2 million, 600,000 don't even write matric. And only 200,000 will go and finish a degree. That's aggregate. Now let's look at the risks. If we have to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living and drive inclusive growth and job creation, we have to be alive to vulnerability. Vulnerability to physical vulnerability and the ability to cope. Two vulnerabilities face us. And then, of course, that vulnerability has to do with access to water, access to electricity, low access to markets, low income, and of course, low education. And then when we come and look at education, and we separate now the blacks, you see, this graph here tells you about all of us, black, white, and so on and so on, yeah? Everybody. Now, you see, this is the thing that goes to university and that goes to TVET. Now, let's break it down into race groups. Because what we are sitting here to do is to say what happens to South Africans in the future. This is your task here. And therefore, what is it that we will do? As we rationalize, but even beyond rationalizing. So when you look at this here, this graph here is a graph of Indians here, of a rule here, my friend. And this one is for whites. I don't know where my friend is here, who is white. And this one is a graph of black. And then this one is for colored. Oh, is that so? Oh, no, the mouse is here, but it's not showing there. But then if I come this side, those ones you will not see. But let me come this side and I go that side. You remember when there was it a platoon? You have a grade 1 here, sub B here, standard 1, then the standard 2 there. And you are teaching them, all of them. So here is Indians. Here is whites. Here it's blacks. Or here is colors. Or I can use this one. No, thank you very much. I'm empowered now. I may be triple BEE now. I can point with this. Can you see that from that end? You can sing. Kalidren, Katuping, Kalidren, Katuping, Kalidren, Katuping. You know, during the Second World War, people, when they had to march, they had to say Kalidren, Katuping, because they didn't understand this thing of left, right. So you have to look at the way there is a stone and where there is a stick. Then you march like that. Now, when you hear, this is an Indian graph. It is generated by that graph I showed you. This is a white graph. This is primary. This is secondary. This is university and technicons. This is primary. This is secondary. This is university. You see this purple, blue. This is primary. This is secondary. You can't even see university there. You see the light blue for blacks and coloreds. Here, for every Indian child, 70% of them and then proceed into higher education or technical. For whites, it is now about 65%. Indians have surpassed them. For blacks and coloreds, it's 10%. So, you think we can win this battle? We can't win it. We can't win it completely. I want to come this side. Oh, you are showing them? No, you are deputy president, deputy principal. Good. So, the challenge that we have is we are not making any progress. Completely no progress. The two race groups are 90% of the population. And they only have 10% of their population progressing to higher levels. So what we are dealing with here, and fundamentally what we are discussing, is a difficult situation that requires Banakaditai. Now, by province, degree completion. Western Cape, of course, is up there. The top graph here. The deputy principal is showing you that side. This one at the top, it says Western Cape. Eastern Cape is this, is competing with Gauteng here, you see. Of course, it had Fort Hare and the University of the Transkei. You can see that there. And then Limpopo, then KwaZulu-Natal, then Free State, then this one here. Northwest. And Northern Cape, and then Mpumalanga right at the bottom. So this is the human resources that are of a nature that you have. Then completion of degree by race. These are whites, you see, from 1996. This is Indians. They were not doing that well, you know, but they had started. And then blacks who are here, and then they are combined with colors going south. And that song is the same all the time. But the Indians did something better over time. As you can see, how their graph begins to change, that of blacks and colors heading south. It continues to head south. 2011, you see the Indians are doing much better, and the blacks and colors are heading south. 2022, same song. Same song. So we continue to be garden boys, a little bit sophisticated this time around. Now, the other graphs that show is how women have actually, through gender, you can see that over time, women, the difference, now women are doing much better. But now, because they do better, we don't like that as men. So if we have to give you a blue eye, and all kinds of things. And all these things are creating, because we are a society that is very much broken. We punish women who become excellent and do all kinds of things. So it's very difficult to deal with gender-based violence and the like. Now, this part almost gave me trouble, where we said, who completes the degree the best? Those who speak English, those who speak Afrikaans. Of course, the Afrikaans is diluted by the colored poor performance. If you take Afrikaans by white, you will see it will go up that way. So here is the colored combination there as well. And then, of course, the vendor. Those guys are doing very well. That's why Marwala is the principal of the University of United Nations. He's vendor, by the way. Now, the rest of us. But you see, I'm almost there. I'm amongst those English. If I come by, I belong here as a Msotho. You see, Sesotho, I belong here, but I've transformed myself into an Englishman. So I perform there. So this is what we are fighting. This discussion, this meeting, it's about dealing with these things. This is a matrix that just shows the performance of degree completion. So this is the data that is running behind it. Now, coming to children to get a 360 degree, I said in 2001, 2011, we ran census at schools for census purposes. But when we got, after my retirement, Lungile came and said, you know, that can we do the following? I said, what is that now? And when she showed me the software, I said, no, this software should go and do census at schools. Let's go and pilot. And the pilot was about adding questions that concern children and getting a 360 degree out of it. This is what the children in school, in the pilot schools that we did in KwaZulu-Natal, say are their living conditions. And it's all children, of course, dwelling in which learners live, bricks, traditional dwelling, access to goods and transport. These are answers from the children using a computer, typing their information there. This is what you get from them. Access to goods and services in learners' homes. They have a radio, they have a television, a tap, a computer, and all. And the transport, this is how they travel to school, mode of transport. Time it takes to get to school, you can see the time taken. And this 2001 was for the census at schools that we did in 2011, and then the survey that we conducted in 2024. And you can see that by 2024, it was taking them more time to get to school. Favorite subject, and this is where, we commit genocide, intellectual genocide to South Africa. I have not seen a nation that hates their children like we do. Because I don't have any other explanation other than saying we hate our children. So, what's the favorite subject? See, in 2001 and 2011, you can see that here, the most favored subject here was languages, mathematics, that, fine. Now let's look at these children by level, by class. That is the class at which they are. Favorite subjects among learners themselves. Look at them between primary. These children in primary school don't fear mathematics. It's their most favored subject. They don't fear mathematics. 33% of them say, yeah, mathematics. So 2 times 2, 4. I just try and say 7 times 3. Yeah. See, that song goes. Good. Yes. Now, look at them when they are in secondary. They drop by half, 16%. There isn't anything in normal life that can have that kind of sea change, except if the stimulus is purposefully driven by the president, by the Minister of Education, by the MECs, by yourselves, by the parents, by the children, so that they can have a certificate end of the year and say they have passed. What have they passed when they cannot even proceed? They are told that you can't do mathematics. You are going to lower the results of our school. And that comes from us as society. Children have no fear of mathematics. They swing this way because they are discouraged to continue doing mathematics. Therefore, we endorsing, Verwoerd's words in 1953, that what is the use of teaching Bantu child mathematics when it can't use it in practice? Verwoerd must be laughing in his grave. Oliver Tambo must be absolutely cringing and saying, what happened to me as a scientist, as Oliver Tambo? And that we have to tackle. That we have to fight. Because without the knowledge of mathematics, statistics, and so on, you have a problem. Hunger. In the last 12 months, 37% of the children suffered hunger. Where still, when you look at this, you see that 66% of the grade 12 children experienced hunger. How can they write and pass when they are hungry? So having a 360 view of the children continuously around school transport and the malume who is driving that kumbi, around the drug lord who sells them drugs, around the mother who might be ill in the morning. Now you need to have a view of the child on a regular basis, weekly, monthly, and so on, and link the results to a policy action. A 360 view of the child it's an essential monitoring instrument that will jack us forward to deliver a different set of results in the country. So while we look at the 350 schools, the agenda must trigger us into a different future. And we have to understand that there are a number of new questions that we can ask in this kind of situation in order to understand what lives our children are living, both at home, between home and school, and everything else. Of course, these things must be anonymized, because the ME says an ID, the answers must be anonymized, linked with the results the children perform, what is happening at home, and have to be treated ethically, because we are dealing with young people. It can be very sensitive. But when we understand the aggregate at the level of policy, then we can intervene much more strongly and in a much more futuristic way, when we know that within the first 20 years of life, 62% of these guys will not be employed. We have to answer the question, how are we going to sustain them in employment, et cetera, et cetera. And it starts with the quality of education and the ability to monitor and have a 360-degree view. One of the things that this 360-degree view does is that the kind of data and the kind of software that we use is software that goes into higher education, university, and people can write their thesis, understand what is happening, so that jointly, like I say, ilima, let's say, to drive and deal with these issues. And I think that ilima starts here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is very active. Colleagues, what a beautiful context to contextualize what we are dealing with. At times, we think that we are dealing with an isolated matter. It's not an isolated matter. It's planning the future of a nation. And planning the future of the nation, you look at all dimensions, up to the output of that system. And if we were to break with the legacy of the past, I should think we need to do things differently. And that's what this summit is about. What is it that we're going to do differently to break with that legacy? Can we come up with a new shape and size of schools from this summit? Can we suggest new ways of planning and delivering education as Eastern Cape? Can we turn the direction of the ship, not the chairs on the deck of the ship? And this is what it is all about. And messages of support. After this, hey, is our message. Now, can we start with ICAC, the Eastern Cape Advisory Board, and that is advising the MSC? Can I invite the Honorable Chair of ICAC to come forward? We are on messages of support now. Chair support? Okay. Can we take Satu? Can I take Satu? Messages of support? Can we take Satu? South African Democratic Teachers Union. When we were MTM, we had two names. We had two names in that commission that was deciding on the name, SATU. One of them was called Sadetu, and then the other one was called SATU. So the person who was giving a report, he came back and said, hey, colleagues, there's this difficult one called Satitu. Can you come forward?
Andizange ndinonqena kangaka. Sendanendaweni enonqenayo. Program directors, let me join the already established protocols. Sitsho isingesi comrade sihle esitsha ngoku. Isikade singekho lento yo established protocols. We just want to say we being invited in a session of battle of ideas was so happy. This is a platform wherein we are sharing ideas as stakeholders. But we want to preface our message of support, because we're doing a message of support, by saying, isiqalo sobulumko ukuhlonipha abantu. Isiqalo sobulumko ukuhlonipha abantu. Xa ugqiba ukuhlonipha abantu uzakoyika izinto zabantu. Our view about this summit, chairperson or program directors, is to assess the state of health of this department. We're coming here as SATU, committing ourselves that we don't contest the driver of this transformation, education transformation agenda. The driver is Department of Education. We don't contest that. But Department of Education must always recognize and remember that there are passengers, active one for that matter, whose responsibility, those passengers in this car, their responsibility is to determine three things with the Department of Education as a driver. Is to determine destination. It's a collective effort. Question a destination. Is to determine the speed that this car must be driven with. It must also determine the route. So these stakeholders have got an important aspect in this car. The route, the speed, and the destination. We're saying restructuring a schooling system is a big task that needs extensive, meaningful consultation with stakeholders. It's a big task. I heard some of the speakers before me saying that we are going to take decisions or resolutions. That's fine. But these resolutions need to be fine-tuned by a statutory body, which is called Provincial Education Labor Relations Council. We can't take decisions here and then in Imbizo. Then wherein the conditions of services of employees, there is a statutory body, the chairperson and also the manager of a functional statutory body called PRRC is present here. These decisions or resolutions will be taken there, wherein they will wear legal spectacles. The terminology that is used here, it has to be discussed in commissions, chairperson. And it started to be small schools. It graduated into unviable. Now there's a new word, dysfunctional. You're defining schools. You're defining hub of hope to individuals who are learners and their families. You're defining a hub of hope for development and change to that particular community. So we must be cognizant as we are using the terminology. Tatum Chita, we wanted to raise, before we adopt your agenda, that we, before it get adopted, but Tatu Ray, we told him. He said one will raise and the other one will second. And he appointed those people. And we didn't want to be impossible in this summit by raising the order, which I person. But our concern, which we wanted to raise, is the issue of school rationalization and rationalization realignment program. We wanted to say this, we understand it as a combo. Starting from SG, and all speakers talked about measure and closure of schools. Hence, we are of the view as decided that this is a combo. Talk of school rationalization, realignment, measure and closure of schools. Because currently, we are faced with these two ones, last ones. Measure and closure of schools. Yet they are not included in this program. As we are about to land, we are a trade union. We are a trade union. Kuthiwa liphandlwa libe kanye libone. In this province, in 2010, the then MEC declared 68,686 posts in 2010. Today, in 2025, 52,817 posts are being declared. Plus 15,000 posts have been retrenched. Mr. Ngonoya has learned, Mr. Mting, that they are retrenching posts, not warm bodies. So we are confronted with that under the pretext of post-provisioning norms, wherein retrenchment was introduced by PEPTO. I listened to Mr. Mchita appealing for more than 300 schools in Amatole East that had to be closed. And he was making that earnest appeal. And we want to say, we are observing that posts will be retrenched in that process. Maybe even warm bodies. We are of the view, if the department has started a process of retrenching employees, Section 189, that Munguni, Hoffman expression, not the PEPTO. I indicated that EPPN retrenched the PEPTO, seemingly even the closure of schools in high retrenchment, if as he called properly. We're ending by saying, way forward to corner. I heard some people making recommendations. We can't, nothing can say recommendation. Some of them about colors and the first recommendation. In 2017, I looked for Mr. Jack during the lunch time. And I said, no, do you still remember in 2017, under the supervision or the leadership of the late Comrade Makupula, when he convened Mr. Jack, why district director was a Butterworth, Mr. Duangu, why district director was a Duchwa, Mr. Skama, why district director was a Kofiva. He convened a meeting at 6. It was raining on that day. It was raining. And he convened us because we stopped the land realignment. It is when it was introduced fully, realignment. And we made teams that were led by ETOs, SATU and NAPTOSA. And they visited those schools. First thing they asked, as officials of the department, is there any timetable? No timetable for grade 8 and learners. Who are the teachers who are allocated to teach these kids? No one. And we said to MSc, you can't run these things like this one. And he called them, and he told them, rush slowly. Hurry slowly when we are dealing with this sensitive and emotive issue. So we're raising Londo, and we are saying, already in 2017, a rural education policy was developed in 2017. We are in 2025 now. And it's responding to what we were raising, the issue of small schools. I will make an example about that rural education policy. It's saying, for a functional primary school, you need 6 educators, not considering the learner numbers. That's what the policy is saying. Is it not responding to access and quality? Law policy. Why are we looking for other things? That's the first one. Kuzafuneka beke nambona uPunrantsika uTshepo kwa infrastructure. Kuzafuneka kule sasiphuma apha basicela bisoyi seyithenwe phi yokwakha ihostel yokuqala kweliphondo. Funeka bakhombe le district apho seke kwathena khona isoyi to build hostels, because year in and year out, the MEC in his budget speech, he will talk about building hostels. The budget, the last thing that as we learned, what must we preserve as a sector? What must we preserve as a sector? Is the legacy. That's our understanding. The second one is progressive policies that we can claim that as Eastern Cape we have developed those progressive policies. Is the values in the system. Let's do away with the status quo. This summit sometimes maintains status quo. We don't want to tamper with the neoliberal policies. Hence, you had all of us talking about repurposing, redesigning, right-sizing, restructuring. All of those concepts are aimed at ensuring that we maintain a status quo. We don't make a radical change in terms of transforming education as stakeholders. The second thing that we must do as we go to commissions, what must we stop doing or cease doing as a sector? And as a sector, with immediate effect, we must stop the corruption and expose corruption whenever it is being done. We must stop the cliques. We must stop the cliques because as is now as this province. The arrogance, the egos, personal egos, we must stop them. We cease doing them because they're not just assisting the sector. We wish the summit to take implementable resolution. Siyabulela party.
Can I call in Laptosa? Is Naptosa in the house? Oh, Lois of scholar for this. Is
Program directors, nam mandizeke mzekweni, ndilandela the protocol sele establishiwe. Kodwa to start with, ungaphinde Ray uvumele utata uMphuphu athethe ku podium ehleli phansi. At least must respect the audience. I'm not gonna repeat things that has been raised by my comrade here, Comrade Dame, but just quickly, mandingene on the issue of the expectations of Naptosa from the summit. It is unfortunate, Ray, that you are saying, let us give the message of support. When I was preparing, it was just saying organized labor. No direction was given. Whether if it was the premise where Naptosa moves from is chapter 2 of the Constitution, especially with section 29, subsection 1, paragraph A, that talks to the quality of education. I think the summit is in an attempt to ensure that our province, at the end of the day, must be able to provide the quality education to the children of the nation. As Naptosa, that tomorrow is the last day of the submission of the comments on the minimum uniform norms and standards for capacity of public schools. We are expecting that the Department of Education of the Eastern Cape will share with the commissions their submission on that norms and standards, because those norms and standards will affect the issue of rationalization, realignment, measure, and closure of schools. Why I'm saying so? If you check there, the space per learner in grade R is 1.6 meters square. The space for a teacher from grade R to grade 12 in a classroom is 7 meters squared. A space for a learner in grade 1 to grade 12 is 1 meter square. Let me translate that into practical terms. There are 4 sizes of classrooms I know of in the Eastern Cape. Those who are 35 meters square, that were built around about 1978, 79 in the old Transkei Sky. They are the ones that are 42 meters square. There are those who are 49 meters square. There are those who are 60 meters square. From the one of the 35 meters square, if you subtract 7 meters square of the space of a teacher, you are going to be left with 28 meters square. Meaning which, for grade R, that classroom can take only 18 learners. Not above that. For a grade 1 to grade 12, that class can take only 28 learners. What is your plan with your 70, 80 learner classrooms currently? Because this policy, these norms are informed by the South African Schools Act as amended by the Bella Act. The 42 meter square, they will take 22 learners for grade R,
35 learners for other grades. The 49-meter square classrooms, they will take 26 learners for grade R and 42 learners for other grades. The 60-meter square, they will take 33 learners for grade R and 53 learners for other grades. If you are having now a mega school that is having 1,200 learners, and in each class you are having 70 learners, what are you going to do when these guidelines are being implemented? Therefore, it means there must be an additional funding for building extra classes in those schools. Or else you split those schools back to the buildings of other schools that are closed in the case that they are not abandoned. To add on, you must also consider the specialist classroom. That's why I'm requesting that the submission that has been made to DBE by Eastern Cape on that policy be shared with the commissions that are taking place in this summit, so that that submission becomes a point of reference. Judah, I'm certain that if the closing date is tomorrow, already that document is ready-made. It's readily available. I'm not asking too much. The scholar transport. The question that summit must be able to answer: where should the budget for scholar transport must reside? Is it proper for the budget for scholar transport to reside with the Department of Transport? Does it augur well? Can it augur well if the budget for health to buy medication can reside with the human settlement? Therefore, if it can't augur well, why therefore the budget for learners in education is found in another department? The reason why I'm asking this is that NAPTOSA has made a research and discovered that in South Africa, of the 9 provinces, 6 provinces, there is the budget for scholar transport reside with education. It's only 3 provinces where it resides with Department of Transport. At least a convincing argument must come up front this time around as to why. Also, we want to ensure, we want that e-commissions, they must ensure that with the new amendment of the declaration of the feeder zones for schools, such amendment must receive reference. Why I'm saying so? There might be an area declared as a feeder zone fitting a secondary school 1, which doesn't have technical subjects. There might be in feeder zone 4 a technical school where learners from feeder zone 1 will want to go and access technical subject in feeder zone 4. Therefore, meaning which there will be, despite the feeder zones established, there will be a cross-pollination that will take place amongst learners. That will cause also the issue of scholar transport to be better managed. I was expecting to hear from the scholar transport people here where they can be able to confirm from this summit whether officially the Eastern Cape or the Department of Education has moved away from scholar transport subsidy to scholar transport, or they are being run concurrently as if they are synonyms. One caution NAPTOSA wants to make, we want to caution the officials of the Department of Education, especially there at the lower levels. Currently, there are 3 schools where learners are not fed. Why? An instruction was given to school principals of the schools that were going to merge to transfer the data from SASAMs to the school that is the center school. But school transport is not there to ferry learners. Officially, teachers that are teaching in those schools, teaching those learners who are without school transport, are teaching there in schools with 0 learners. Why it is happening in that fashion? And whenever officials are being asked to put this in writing, this instruction, they refuse. They want to give instruction by telephone. Forgetting that chapter I of the PEM document is clear that whenever you are giving an instruction from someone, once that person asks that the instruction must be reduced into writing, you don't have any other option, is to reduce the instruction. Also, Circular 19 of 2015 must also receive reference, especially in the commission that will be dealing with finances. And along with that circular, the question of the disposal policy. Because at times when school is being closed, there are items that deserve to be disposed. And disposal talks to finances. The standard operation procedures that were signed by the head of department and the MEC, there are steps there that are not relevant in other areas. If you go to where I was born in Tala, there is no local newspaper there. But there's a step there that says publish the intention to merge a school in the local newspaper. Such things, they need that to be reconsidered otherwise, because it doesn't work in every society. Also, want to caution the districts, both in the national policy on realignment and rationalization, as well as the SOP of the province. It is clear that whatever intention you want to do as part of rationalization, realignment, measure, and closure, you send out a correspondence to the unions that are in existence in that particular district. Once ninqhubinqolo yonyodwa iza kulaa nto kaMthembu ngoku ibe ngathi ngoku ii-passengers zizi-ornaments. Gazetting of the already aligned schools. There are schools who are from grade 1 to grade 9, but currently they are from grade 1 to grade 7. But on the SASAMs, they appear as junior secondary schools. There are schools who are still called senior primary school, SPS, whereas they are no longer starting from grade 1 to grade 6. They are starting from grade 1 to grade 7. And there are 2 prototypes here. One of the presenters indicated as such, and I agree with that presenter. There are still schools that are called high schools, though they are starting from grade 8 to grade 12, instead of being called secondary schools. Terminology is critically important whenever we are dealing with a matter that is legislated. NAPTOSA calls us to remember that we are working in a regulated environment. And as such, personal feelings must not be allowed to overshadow policy. They must not be allowed to supersede. Yes, we encouraged the implementation of the policy, but not blindly. We must always look for the context of that particular area, because context from area 1 to area 3 will differ. We appeal also that the officials of the department, they must avoid to act as high political priests in the office of government, in a state department. NAPTOSA is wishing success to the summit. With those words, thank you very much, Ray.
I wanted to deal with all the teacher unions. Can we get Peu? Is Peu in the house? Yeah, there's somebody coming. And then thereafter said Africans and the in married.
Manbulisa, Program Director, and shortly, let me just say protocol observed. As Professional Educators Union, we are in support of the objectives of this program, in that the program clearly outlines that small schools or very small schools are not viable, and it is very difficult to have quality education in those schools. The rationalization program, whilst developed with good intentions, primarily to optimally utilize the resources of the state, should not be implemented irrationally. The program of rationalization and realignment of schools should at all times be to ensure that education service to the children of our country is of quality and not lead to hard-to-teach schools driven by arbitrary fiscal discipline at the expense of humanity. Selfish interests should also not be advanced to frustrate the program and progress. The human resource management should be handled in such a manner that allows smooth integration of schools, absorb additionals within the system, and might relook into voluntary severance packages without penalties for the option of early retirement. Pride and prejudice must not be allowed to stifle the program. Let me also come with one example here. This program as we have seen, is scholar transport reliant. Scholar transport in its current setup is a problem. Even the parents and communities have witnessed it, as it is a problem currently in high schools where it is being implemented. Hostels and government-owned buses can be utilized to resolve that. There is an example of a school, a mega school that was built, and 5 schools were told that they will, by January this year, start there. January came, that did not happen, and it resonates with scholar transport. These schools now operate in such like a person who has been diagnosed of cancer and was told when is the date of death is. Then every morning that person is surprised when he sees sunrise because he expected he should have died already. So planning in such schools is very difficult because the implementation does not take place. I thank you.
Thank you. Isihle, Mr. Mguni, you are not dead, man, cow. Colleagues, can you get South Africa's University in? En dan geboren de wees. Niemand in the east. Okay. We are going to take SGB associations. Can we get that, Skip? Followed by FATSAS, if FATSAS is in the house.
Thank you very much, Kumpati Nkqubo. Nam and Icho, all protocol observed has been established. I'm standing on behalf of Mr. Monga, Peter from NASGP. I'm residing in Nelson Mandela Metro as a regional chairperson in this region. As we all know that our primary duty as governance at the level of the school is to support. As NASGP in this region or at the level of the province, we support the program or the initiative that was been established by the government at the national level through the province. As NASGP, we want to say, sons and daughters of the country, as you all know that you are in the department that is the mother of the department of all professions come from this department. And then as NASGP, we appreciate your hard work that you are doing in this particular department. We understand there are a lot of challenges that we are facing within the Department of Education, whereby you'll find that we have been reminded recently by the previous speaker, saying that let us not forget where are we coming from. We believe that if we can work collectively, we can be able to achieve, because we don't want to be seen in our lifetime whereby we drop the ball. I believe that the number of leaders that are within the house can be able to put aside their egos and make it a point that let us move all together to make our country, black in particular, so that we can be able to be seen as people that can produce these texts that have been written, that have been read previously. I also want to reflect on the issue of immigration of the people that are residing to each and every area, whereby crime becoming the animal in the house, whereby you'll find parents take decision to move their learners to other schools based on crime. Especially in the Nelson Mandela, there's a lot of killing, shooting, so parents will be always moving, and then it impacts to the schools. So basically in this summit, I will be very happy also there will be a reflection around Indaba safety, because our teachers and learners are at risk at schools. We are doing our utmost best as an association also to put our inputs in terms of strategies to make our teachers and our learners to be safe in our schools, so that the environment whereby you can teach learners, it's supposed to be an environment that is very much sound, so that our learners can be able to absorb whatever that is going to be said to them. I appreciate your hard work as a team. from the provincial level. I think we need to calm down, make it a point that let us zoom straight to the problem. As we were listening to the presentation across, there is gaps that we're supposed to close as leaders, all of us, irrespective of which stakeholder are you. Because the problem is now, we are moving, we are left the constituents behind. We are left the people who are supposed to serve, we are left them behind. With those as Srrp who are supporting the platform, we say the leaders and the organizers of this particular platform for today, we are supporting it fully. Thank you very much.
Do you have somebody from FETSAS? Oh.
Good afternoon, everybody. All protocol observed. We as FETSAS definitely support a realignment if it's going to be done effectively and in the best interest of learners. I want to say that before we look at realignment, I think we must also look at the functionality. I will rather keep a small school open than a non-functional school, keep that open. You know, and we must strive to send these kids, if we realign them, we must see to it that we send them to better education. And I can assure you, and I've got enough experience in curriculum and so on, I can assure you there's some of these small schools that are teaching much more effective than what is happening in big schools. Multi-grade teaching is definitely not to the advantage of learners because they sit 3-4 grades in one class. It's definitely not to their advantage and also not in the best interest of the teacher because that teacher must do 3, 4, 5 teachers' work in one go. But what I want to know, and that is what the Department and Department of Transport must assure us. If we cannot assure these learners and these parents that are going to be affected, that there will be reliable transport, then I can assure you the dropout rate will skyrocket. And what I also want to know is that when we realign, we must be very sure. At this point in time, we cannot assure that there is a teacher in front of every class. But when we realign these children and they go to the bigger schools, things like hostels must be looked at. We must assure that there is a teacher in front of those kids. Otherwise, we are not doing something in the best interest of the learners. But I can assure you, if realignment is going to be done effectively, we as FETSAS will support it. Thank you.
Upulois? Was he sitting down or standing up? Colleagues, can we get the Eastern Cape Education Advisory Council message of support? Then Mr. Joseph, you'll be ready for the briefing of commissions.
Thank you so much, Program Director. All protocols observed. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Mzuyanda Mavuso. Associate Professor and the Chairperson of the Eastern Cape Education Advisory Council. I won't waste a lot of your time, Program Director. Most of the things which I wanted to say have been raised and said by the colleagues. First and foremost, as ICAG, we congratulate the Eastern Cape Department of Education in its endeavor to ensure that this process of rationalization and realignment of schools is a success. We are equally of the view that as the Eastern Cape Department of Education is proceeding with this process, it must handle it with care because this is a fragile process. We are particularly intrigued to note that there are commissions which are going to trash out and come up with proposals in terms of how this process should be managed. It especially Commission number 4, which talks to management of finances and human resource. Commission number 5, which talks to scholar transport, provision and alternatives. And also Commission number 6, which will discuss the repurposing of the schools. We are of the view that in as much as the HOD has indicated some challenges when it comes to the provision of toilets, running toilets in rural areas, but we believe that alternatives to pit latrine toilets could also be considered in terms of that. And I know these commissions will discuss at length the proposals, but we are of the view that we should also consider issues of security, and the Commission should emphasize the issues of scholar transport and also maybe establishment of hostel facilities, because this process really is expensive. We do acknowledge that, but we believe that together as stakeholders working with the Department of Education, this process will be a success, and we support the driver of this process as the driver of this process, because. And another thing which I think I must also emphasize is that the SATU colleague and also the NAPTOSA colleague has also indicated that it is very important to make sure that when we go to those areas where schools will be closed, we consult. I have a history of not consulting the stakeholders when it comes to this process. In my other life, before I joined this space, when it was still a myth for schools to be closed, I remember I visited one school. I was an EGO. Communities there, they would riot the close of their schools, saying that this school was built by us and cannot just be closed anyhow. And it was obviously not to the best interest of quality teaching and learning. So as ICAG, we are proposing that the Department of Education, as the driver of this process, must ensure that this process, fragile process, is handled with care, and all people involved in the process must support the process, so that at the end we see viable schools, we see resources channeled to the schools which will have been established, or mega schools, which will be the product, which we believe will be the product of this process. With those few words, Program Director, allow me, on behalf of the Eastern Cape Education Advisory Council, to congratulate the department and to wish you well as you proceed with this important process of realignment and rationalization of school. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, let's take the opportunity and thank all the messages of support that came in through. And I should think some of them, they talk to the heart of what is going to be discussed in commissions. We want to request that all colleagues deploy people in each of the commissions so that each of the commissions can take care of some of the matters that were raised as areas of concern by the various stakeholders. To us, stakeholders are very important. And one of the biggest signs that we're in the right direction is the amount of stability in the department that has accrued, because we talk to one another, we speak to one another. So over time, we have been in a conversation that has built the department to where it is today. And I should think everybody knows that we are always grateful for that stability, for that collaboration, and that working together. In those few words, I want to thank all of the stakeholders. I will now hand over to Mr. Joseph to explain the commissions, who goes where, and what's going to be discussed in what commission. And then thereafter, we'll go to commissions for the next 3 hours. Srrp.
Thank you, program directors. Good afternoon to everybody, and all protocol observed due to the time constraints now. Actually, we're supposed to break for the commissions by 2 o'clock. Now you can see it's almost 4 o'clock now, but we still have enough time for 3 hours for today, and also 2 hours in the morning tomorrow. So I'm not going to read all these commissions. Colleagues, you can see in front of you there in the program, there are 7 commissions, and the facilitators and the rapporteur and the scribes are also identified. Then the commission 2, in the absence of Mr. Ngangeni, Dr. Mdengi will be taking care of that facilitation. Then they will see we are allocated all the facilitators and rapporteur and the scribe. And also, colleagues, we have emailed to all of you, the facilitators, the rapporteur and the scribe, the reporting template, which has already been developed for each of the commissions, and is in your email already. And the venues and who are the, which commission each one of you is going, let me hand over to Mr. Vasi to take you through, so that he will guide you which commission and which room is allocated for each of the commissions. Otherwise, we wish you all the best. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me rise on the established protocols. Colleagues, like Osej has said, we have got 7 commissions. And Commission 1, as led by Commission 1, as led by Mr. Mbangeni, with the support of Utatumbane and Ufundi Umakwete and Utando Uganda. They will go to room number 1. Room number 1, you go past the toilets, you pass the first room on your left, then the second one. It's a room for Commission 1. And there is a list. However, we have attached the list of commissioners for each commission. I'm not sure whether it's proper that we read the names but if the singers fundi mos. Hmm? Athethani bantu abakhulu nithini? Oh masifunde ke funda ke ntombi.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. As Mr. Vasi has mentioned, Commission 1 is led by Mr. Mbangeni.
Makaphakame bambone. Nankiya uMadiba.
All right, may we request that colleagues, you sit down. Then you follow Mr. Mbangeni after we have read all the names for the first commission. So we have Mr. Ganda, Mr. Zazela, Mr. Mangoko, Mrs. Kuzwayo, Huai N, Mr. Ramse, Ngunge L.E., Bokfeld M.M., Mr. Mboniswa D., Mr. Mngono M.M., Yotsi B.S., Mr. Dumela, Mr. Mnakaniso, Mr. Koli, Mr. Casper, Mr. Siabulela Sidlai, Mukali Libeko, Mpote L, Ndembe M, Abraham S, Kolela S, and Ms. Kwesha. May we kindly request those colleagues to follow Mr. Mbangeni to room number 1. Thank you, colleagues. Bangabe ngoku.
Okay, colleagues, these ladies, they say sit down because we are going to cause chaos. Then you will rise and follow your leaders after we're done. Yeah.
Where's Commission 2? Commission 2, led by Mr. Z. Mngamngeni, Dr. Mdingi, Mr. V. Mabece, Ms. Ngetani, Ms. Widerman J, Mr. Ngapai, Promise Ndevu, Solile Sankela, Mr. Tim Sue, Mr. S. Mnguni, Mamtolom, Dr. Mdingi, again, Mr. Jane Lebe, Mr. T. Baloy, Songa NP, Pali I, Podlani NE, Dinabanye JJ, Dwatwa LT, Erasmus R, Ms. S. Nonkonela, Mrs. N. Teto, L. Mgulwa, Ms. N. Kili, Mboniso Ndende, Sipumle Chachelo, Simakhuhle X, Jafta D, Tukwe M, Mtia T, and Buyana A, that is Commission 2.
A room next to the toilets.
The second room on this block, just after Commission 1. Commission number 3, led by Mama Lupondwana. We have Mr. T. Pefole, Dr. Mkeleli, Ms. Makalima B, Sigwela P, Mr. Gogonzola, S. Zweni, Melekeli Yotsi, Mr. Sivuka, Madaza SS, Kwai Z, M. Valashia, Mr. Matocheni M, Mr. Makanda L M, Makapela M, Mzochana, Mr. Mzochana, Mrs. Yenzela, Mr. Niman, Dr. Sepapalo, Nosisa Giorgio, and Olile Khune, Mlonjeni K, Honi M, Nkose N, Mcebula NV, Miss Mkondo.